You're good.
Call this meeting to order. We would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, the Ottawa, and Mississaugas people. Confirmation agenda that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby accept the agenda for February 7th, 2022, council meeting as presented. Do I have a mover? I have Kevin Faulkner moving. I have Anita Van Henderson seconding. Yours, Cars.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Deputy Reeve Sight,
Yes.
Councillor Falconer, Councillor Heffer,
Yes.
Councillor Van Henderson,
Yes.
Councillor Palmer,
Yes.
Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
and Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Disclosure of pecuniary interest. Deputy Reeve Sight.
Yes, thank you, Reeve. So I'm going to be declaring tonight on 5.2.1, which is in the bills of accounts. Check number 507661 is made out to my spouse, who is an employee of the municipality in the child care center, and therefore I won't be voting on that check. As well as I'm declaring a pecuniary, indirect pecuniary and conflict of interest on item 7.1.1, which is the planning application, the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for the 166 John Street West. As well as bear with me here, I am declaring an indirect pecuniary interest and conflict of interest for PL, which is 7.4.1, which is PL 2022-11 Rutland Holdings second phase subdivision development agreement. And then the subsequent bylaws for those, which are 10.3, 10.4, and 10.9. All of those declaring the indirect pecuniary and conflict of interest due to my employment relationship. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve Sight. Any other councillors? Seeing none, I'm going to declare a pecuniary interest in 7.1.1, bylaw number 10.3, 10.4, the trailer park, that is family associated. I'm also going to declare a conflict of interest in 7.1.2, bylaws 6.2 and 10.2, again, a family conflict interest. Thank you, everyone. Public comments. This is an opportunity for the members of the public to speak to an item of business on the agenda, 2 minutes per person. So if there's anybody out there that would like to speak to anything that's on the agenda today, you can. For those that are tuning in for their own purposes, you will be allowed to speak when that comes up in the council meeting later. So again, Carson, I don't see anybody, but not hearing anybody.
I'd like to speak, please.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Jackie Cribb. I live at 119 John Street, and I would like to speak to council about the proposed development on the Wingham Trailer Park. As you know, many people have concerns with the proposal to allow a 5-story apartment on this site. They've written letters, attended meetings, and spoken with members of council and municipal staff, yet those concerns have unfortunately not been addressed. In Ms. Holman's report, the changes that are being presented as a solution to our issues are superficial and inadequate. We are told that traffic changes are insignificant and a study is unwarranted. Why would a 5-story, 73-unit building with potentially well over 100 cars have no more impact on the area than a 26-unit seasonal trailer park? Saying the building is technically a 4-story does not change the number of units, residents, the number of cars, or concerns about traffic or safety. The compromise offered on parking is to reduce spaces to 1.23 rather than 1. The regulations currently are 1.5 parking spaces per unit for a 3-story building, but is now suddenly deemed okay to be less than that for a much larger building. We are told that public circulation of 30 households was all that was required, and following this guideline, the majority of residents have been ignored. In addition, the builder's open house, we are told, was done out of a goodwill to inform the public. but I did not receive an invitation to that either. The lack of transparency about this project has left many unaware of the plans and unable to register their concerns. Many of us have chosen Wingham because of its beautiful parks and trail and peaceful small town personality. Good planning isn't about finding ways to develop at any cost. It's about finding ways to develop responsibly without disrupting beneficial features of the community. This project will economically benefit a few, but at what cost to everyone else? Please do not make this decision for all the wrong reasons. Please vote against these recommendations and maintain the current bylaws. The planner has found a way for you to allow this development, but it does not mean it's right for Wingham. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Anyone else like to speak to anything on the agenda?
No?
Hello?
Are you?
Hello? Hello? You were there. Can you find her, Carson, or she's gone?
So based on the voice, I'm pretty sure that's Karen Decker. So Karen, if you can hear us, it looks like your mic's unmuted, so you should be able to speak with us.
Is there anybody in the meantime that would like to speak to this while we're waiting for Karen to come back on? Give her an opportunity to speak.
Hello?
Yes, you're with us again, Karen?
Oh, yes, somehow. I'm not sure what on earth I did.
No
and
problem.
Michael will speak briefly first, and then I will speak briefly.
Just
Thank
remember,
you.
folks, to try to keep it to 2 minutes, okay?
It will be less.
Thank you.
Yes. Good evening. It's Michael Woodman here, 137 John Street West. Most of my concerns have been written in and they're on public record. So just tonight, I'd just like to add the following comment. Having read through Hannah, the planner's recommendations, I find an absence for a traffic brief which should reveal the true traffic flow in and out of the apartment building. It should show that there is a substantially higher traffic flow than has been acknowledged. It would estimate, based on an engineering formula, the actual amount of multiple trips in and out by the resident tenants. I think the traffic flow has been vastly underestimated. Having fewer tenants would help to mitigate that. Therefore, I feel 3 stories would be a much more appropriate size for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think you can probably still hear me.
Yes.
Okay, so my 2 minutes again. Thank you. It's Karen Decker, 137 John Street West. Well, you have already heard many things from me in the last 2 months, and I would like to simply add the following comment this evening. We know what the developers want to build, and they know what we would like to see. Everyone knows at this point. Tonight, we hope that you will reach a compromise that reflects the validity of all the concerns, and that our voices in the community will encourage an alteration to the application. A 5-story building of 344 feet in length seems to be an overkill solution that overpowers the neighborhood. This past week, Michael and I suggested a compromise. Keep the building at 3 stories as per the existing bylaw. Fewer stories equals fewer tenants. This would eliminate many of the concerns, traffic, safety, parking, by virtue of the smaller number of residents using the 2 driveways. The character and size of the building would be more consistent with the neighborhood. Yet the need for housing would still be met. 3 stories is still high density. Show both the developers and the people that all voices matter, that compromise and balance are the heart of a town. Keep the current bylaw for a maximum 3-story building, favor the middle ground. Exercising give and take in this means that we all benefit. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very kindly for your time too. Is there anyone else? Not hearing anyone, we will move on
Hello.
for the,
Oh, hello, this is Mark Bebach, 442
Yep.
Mill Street in Blythe. I'd
hey,
like
Mark.
to
Mark,
Hello.
can you just speak up a little bit if you can?
Okay, is this better?
Can everybody hear Mark? I'm getting nods, yes. Okay, go ahead, Mark.
Okay. I'm speaking in reference to file number 1052021, an application to subdivide a lot in Blythe here at 443-449 Mill Street. I've already submitted my comments on the proposal, and I would just like to reiterate a couple points. Principally, parking. In the new documents that were sent to us, there was an amendment to reduce the space to 1 unit per unit, down from the required 1.5. And I'd just like to reiterate really that parking on this corner has historically been a problem given the location of the building to the street. And subdividing and further development will exacerbate the problem with parking, especially around the times of Threshers and the theater season in Blythe, which are vital to the community's economic well-being. So I'd like to really add that further development on that corner without with reduced care given to parking is only going to exacerbate parking issues in the town, and the resulting density is not really something that as a resident here, having been here for 10 years and set up our long-time living accommodations, our home, that we'd like to see develop in this town.
Thank you very kindly, Mark. We appreciate your comments. Anyone else?
Bernie, my wife, Juanita, would like to speak on the topic as well. Is that okay?
That's fine, yep.
Okay.
Good evening. This property is a fourplex. For the 10 years that we've been living here, it's had 3 different owners, and it is quite undercared for, and we have experienced a great deal of negative public problems, which it becomes.
Ma'am, if I can just speak up and say we're talking about the severed land, not the existing building.
Yeah, but the problem with about the parking.
Okay.
The severed land is behind this building. It's on the same lot, and where they will park is directly across the street from us, where the overflow is. The experience we've had with this parking has been our property. They have parked on our property on our lawn, and we've experienced damage. We've also had our only driveway blocked off, where we could not leave our property, and had real issues to have the existing people move their vehicle. And we've also had damage to our vehicle due to inadequate parking, the issues with parking on the street.
Thank you very kindly for that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Unless you see someone, Carson, I think we'll move on.
Yep, not seeing anyone else, Your Worship.
Thank you. Consent agenda that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby adopts consent item 5.1.1, and further the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby receives consent items 5.12 to 5.3.9. Would anybody like to speak to any of that before we call for Anita? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Reeve Bailey. I have a question about the membership from the BIAs and the Economic Development Board meeting. I would like to know how the members are established. Like, I have the Blythe BIA in front of me. Is it right that there are just 4 members there, and why is that? Is that still a valid committee? Or are there people missing? Aren't the minutes complete? Or is there troubles getting members for the committee? And same thing for Wingham. It's not that I'm picking on Blythe, it's just the one that I have in front of me. The Wingham BIA has the same thing, like not many members. People are moving around, moving away, not interested anymore. My point is, when is a committee still a valid committee? And is there anything as a council we can do to help them get more members?
So that was
And I don't know who can answer that for me.
Thank you. That was a question on the two BIAs, so I'm going to go to the BIA representatives. We're going to start with Kevin Faulkner and then go to Deputy Reeve Sight for comment.
Thank you. Through you, Reeve. Yeah, every commercial building, a business owner in the municipality on the BIA is a member. They're automatically a member through their contribution through their taxes, through the tax base that supports the BIA. You're quite right. There's some meetings, depending on what the agenda is. Some meetings I've been to that have had, the bottom part of the theater, half full, depending on what's going on. But on a regular day-to-day basis, really, if there's nothing to vote on and they're just getting, it's hard to get store owners to come out. If it's kind of if it doesn't apply to them, then they don't come out to the meetings. It's just that old adage, everybody wants to park their car in the shade, but nobody wants to come out and plant trees. So yeah, it's a problem with every committee. I think forward, just the participation. I don't know the reason for that. I'm not a business owner, but I know that it's always a struggle, especially for getting people to take the minutes and someone to do the books and someone do the presentations and such. It's quite a commitment, and most owners are just they're just worried about trying to keep their own businesses open and not participating too well. And I don't know whether that's a portion of people from outside of town coming in and starting businesses, where they're either not familiar with the municipality, or they're just not interested in helping out. So if you can figure out how to help that, I'm all ears. But no, as far as the membership goes, no, there's probably 100 members in Blythe around the area.
So how do you, if you have like 100 members, how do you confirm quorum and that sort of things? Like if you have 4 or.
If I could provide some clarity here, so your board of right? So you have your membership, which is anyone who's assessed into the levy, which would be your commercial or industrial within the ward of Blythe, plus any associate members from beyond. Your board of the BIA has a set number. So for Blythe, it's 1 council representative, which would be Councillor Falconer, plus a minimum of 6 and a maximum of 10 members appointed from the board, and then again ratified by council. So without having the appointment bylaw with me at the top of on readily available, even if you're looking at a minimum of the 6 appointees plus Councillor Falconer, your 50% plus 1, basically your quorum is going to be 4 members. So and based on that, it looks like they should have it. And then Wingham BIA, again, Wingham BIA board, you have your council rep, and I stand to be corrected because I don't have it in front of me, but I believe for the Wingham BIA, it's a minimum of 4 and maximum of 8 members. And all those appointments are ratified by council.
Thank you. Trevor Sight.
Great, thank you very much.
Trevor Sight, did you want to speak to that now?
The clerk, I think, answered the question to the satisfaction, I think, of Councillor Van Henderson, so I'm good.
Thank you. I'll just address this a little bit with what's been going on lately. So it was brought to my attention that there seemed to be a lack of communication between the BIAs and the council. So in several conversations, especially with the Blythe BIA, we realized that procedures weren't being followed properly, and things were falling down along the wayside, which, well, if you're working hard free of charge as a volunteer, whether it's the BIAs or the Economic Development Committee, it's frustrating when you go to all these meetings, you try to suggest something and then it doesn't come through. At the last council meeting, we decided to change some staffing around, and I'm sure we all remember that conversation, and that's a direct link to the BIAs and to the Economic Development Committee and any other committees we have, so that we as a council can become faster, more informed, and there's a direct link to us so we can know about issues that are going on. I believe there's a letter in here from the Blythe BIA, I think it's today, and this is a direct change because of the conversations we had and realized the situations that were going on. It was just a matter of getting together and straightening the issues out a bit. So we have taken steps to do that. We also have problems even at the Economic Development Committee meeting. A lot of people are volunteer for years and years. And, you know, when you've done everything, you run that horse around the racetrack enough times, you do get a little, you know, a little tired, and you're hoping some new blood will come along. So I think it's a matter of trying to encourage new blood, as well as this direct link we now have. So even as counselors, you know, you can go to that person. Forgive me, her name is just skipping right now. And you can have conversations with her about BIA or anything else, and then she can line it up for you. That's really the reason she's been put in that position. So I want to thank everybody for that. Okay. Where was I? Does anybody remember? Oh yeah, we were going through these. Anybody else want to talk to the consent agenda? Go ahead, Councillor Palmer.
Yeah, thank you, Reeve. Try and be delicate. The letters that we received, the responses from the different municipalities, and of course there's some in the papers. I was concerned that we gave direction, council gave direction, and it was to send letters out to them and to the different municipalities, and just can you help us? That was our direction. Then all of a sudden there's dollar signs included, and I was just wondering, like, it was nice to get the data that Darcy was able to drum up, and Vicky, about user how many, where do people come from that use our facilities? That's good to know. But these letters went out, or emails went out with dollar signs. I won't say they were bills, but they weren't bills, but they were pretty close. And where did that shift come from? Because I know what council directed, then all of a sudden it's something different. Like, we can't have that. What are we doing here if things are going to get changed? So I was just wondering, Reeve, if you can help, or Dwayne, why all of a sudden did it change? Because it wasn't supposed to, not without our direction.
So I do believe council did give staff direction, and staff did the proper thing. Okay. Maybe some people don't like the answer they got back. Maybe some people were a little upset. But I believe the staff did follow council's direction. Just to bring you up to date, I think there were 7 mayors on that list, and I have talked to 5 of them so far. There's 2 more to go. So the situation is, for those of us that have rec departments and daycares and campgrounds in the summertime and everything going on, literally the answer is one of them, I think it was the mayor from Howick, said, we have ours and you get to use it, and you have ours and we get to use it. It's a wash. And that's really where we're going with this. We wanted to point out that people are using our facilities from other areas, and other areas we use their facilities. And it's a wash, except, and this is just not because of where we are, this happens all over Ontario, except there's one municipality that does not have anything to share. So therefore, if they have nothing to share and no cost, and if you read those letters, they will continually tell you it's the cost, it's the cost, it's the cost we have for our own. We need support. So what those letters were about is to let the other mayors in Reeves know that, we have spending a lot of money here, and if they could help us, fine. But the reality was, we were saying to you, and this is the conversation I had with them, you have yours, we have ours, and we just share back and forth, and that's fine. There's no reason for argument, but there's certain communities that have nothing. They don't even have a trail. They got nothing. But they can't wear out our facilities or East Huron's facilities or Howick's facilities without paying Build Back. The question that should be asked is, years ago when we built, say, the community center down here in the Wingham Ward, did Morris Turnberry's council help pay for that? And if they did, then they should be obligated to help keep it up. It's just unfortunately this last 3 years, things have changed. We used to get $110,000 from Morris Turnberry every year to help us towards the upkeep for it. When we did the true numbers, I believe it was you that asked for the true numbers, and don't hold me on that, Chris. There's no jab here, please. I'm just talking as you read. The true numbers came out. Instead of $110,000, the true numbers with their people signing saying, I want to use this facility here and I want to use this facility here, showed $248,000, whatever it was, goes into Morris Turnberry. That's the true number that should be paid by them. None of us are expecting that. None of us thought that was ever going to happen. But they do surround us, don't they? They're just not on one side. They need to help us pay. And there's no bad people here. Let's get this straight. Morris Turnberry Council is doing the best they can for their constituents, and we're doing the best we can for ours. We're just trying to make it work for everyone. Okay, so I hope that helps. If anybody else wants to, if Carson or the CEO or somebody want to speak up for that, or Vicky, or anybody, go ahead. If not, I hope that helps you, Chris.
Do you want my response, or I kind of know that, and I'm not arguing with you. It's just that I didn't think that was the route, the plan. Like, we needed to do something, obviously, and but it was sort of, we weren't stepping properly. I didn't feel we need to deal with it, from committees type of thing, and from conversation. It's kind of lousy reading about it in the newspaper. I really don't like hearing stuff like that from them. But I'm not disagreeing with you, Reeve. I'm not. I really hope that we can come to an agreement with Morris Turnberry to pay something. Yeah, that's all I can say. But I didn't like. It was not what we originally thought. I kind of disagree with you there. I didn't think of it that way. We were asking, what can you do to help us? And then go from there, that type of thing. Phone calls like you did, or something. Yeah, so that's all I want to say.
Well, the Reeve does a lot of phone calls, Chris. I'm going to go over to Deputy Reeve Sipes now.
The one thing I will say is I know that there was lots of conversations with the CAO as it relates to what the content of the letters needed to be. And Dwayne, you can talk to the content as well. But I mean, arguably the content was, because the interpretation was, if we send out a letter just with nothing in it, then the argument's going to get, we're going to get a response that says, well, what do you want? So in order to idea where our deficit was, so the conversation is, here's the deficit to the facility. Here's what, if this was shared amongst the users of the facility, here's what your portion of the deficit would be. In essence, that's how the calculation was determined. That's what the kind of and I mean, it wasn't scalpel. It was just to get a number on a page that says, here's what we think we need to incorporate. And I mean, I don't think anybody should be surprised about the responses that we got. I wasn't. I mean, because I can tell you right now, if Central Huron sent me one, or all of them sent me one, I'd say the same thing. I mean, I would say the same thing that they sent to us. So I'm not surprised at the response. And I think the interpretation of staff was, do we want to put these in here to make the actual context of this letter actually to get a response that we need, as opposed to them just saying, we received it and what do you want? Because then we're going to have to be sending another letter. So again, the conversation, I think, has just been, what did we want versus what was the result that we were hoping to get, I think, is ultimately what we were looking at.
Thank you very kindly. Did anybody else want to speak to that? Not seeing anyone. a few things I want to point out here. 5.3 point.
Bailey, you might not be able to see, but CAO Evans has his hand up there.
I do apologize. Go ahead, Dwayne.
That's okay. Thanks, Reeve. So just in terms of municipalities are in their budget process and just going back to Deputy Reeve's comments in terms of, you know, as they go through the budget process, you know, wanting to know in terms of, you know, how much you're looking for. And I just want to echo, I guess, in terms of that. So, you know, we rationalize the numbers and the information that was in those letters. I mean, you know, we undertook a lot of analysis to come up with those numbers, but, you know, those are suggested amounts. It wasn't, you know, an invoice of any form. It was basically, you know, here's our deficit. And we looked at our usership and we just wanted to rationalize in terms of at least an amount. And I think one thing that we certainly noticed is in terms of, and it's not surprising, that the greatest number of users are North Huron residents. And then as you go further out from North Huron, the numbers drop in terms of the usership. So not surprising that, you know, North Huron, largest user, and then the farther you go up from municipality, the lower it gets in terms of users from other municipalities. So unless there's any questions further to that, but that's just to help you in terms of with the budget. Municipalities are in their budget process, and echoing Deputy Reeve Sipes' comments in terms of, you know, okay, you've asked us for money, how much? And if we were on the receiving end of a letter like that, I think that would be our common question back to a municipality asking us for money.
Yeah, again, in my conversation with the mayors, it's we have our own very expensive. We know how expensive it is, Mr. Bailey. We're tired of the expense too, but it's expensive and we have to take care of our own. We don't have any extra money for your facilities. Okay, is that good? And again, Carson, give me a hand. I don't see a lot of faces here on the screen tonight. So I just want to touch on 5.3.4, the funding. I'd like to thank the Minister Clark for the funding that they still notice that there's nice little small communities out here. There's something to talk about besides Ottawa and Toronto lately. So I want to just shout out and say thank you very much for that. On 5.3.7 is on the 26th will be the coldest night of the year. This will be the first time for this walk and this fundraising for the United Way in this area. I know Angela and I are walking in it. If she gets her way, we're really walking. If I get my way, it'll be virtual, but you guys understand that. So if anybody can donate to this, if anybody can help with the walk and fundraise, we would appreciate it. Again, this is the first time, and this is going to be new to not just North Huron. This is all of Northern Huron and Southern Bruce. This is going to be a place where the people that are finding extreme difficulty do not have to try to find a way to Godrich where there is the only one. We're going to try to set it up here in we are setting it up here in our local community. So I appreciate that. So moving on then, there's nothing else on those. Can I have a mover to accept? I have Anita Van Hitterson moving. I have Kevin Faulkner seconding. Carson, I'll give it to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Councillor Faulkner?
Yes.
Councillor Heffer?
Yes.
Councillor Van Hitterson?
Yes.
Councillor Palmer?
Yes.
Councillor McBurney?
Yes.
And Deputy Reeve Sipes declared pecuniary or conflict of interest on the consent agenda. So Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Going on to 6, public meetings, hearings, and delegations. 6.1 is Lily Murrow, County of Huron's Zero Emission Vehicle Infrastructure Program update. Lily, are you with us? Oh, there you are.
I am. Good evening.
Girl.
I'm just going to share my screen here. Bring up my presentation. And could I just look to confirmation from either Reeve Bailey or the clerk that you're just seeing my presentation slides there?
We are.
Yep, you can see them.
Thanks very much. Good evening, Reeve and members of council. I am Lily Morrow. I'm the Climate Change and Energy Specialist for the County of Huron. This evening, I'm here with a delegation, as requested by Township Staff, to provide an update on the Zero Emission Vehicle Infrastructure Program. I'll first provide a brief overview of what this funding program is and the involvement of North Huron before providing an update on the status of the project and then answering any questions that you may have. So the Zero Emission Vehicle Infrastructure Program. This is a funding program offered by Natural Resources Canada, and it is focused on encouraging the installation of electric vehicle chargers within Canada. The county and local municipalities applied for the second round of funding, which I will go into further details on the next slide. And this second round was focused on installing electric vehicle chargers for workplaces, multi-unit residential buildings, and for fleet vehicles. A minimum of 20 electric vehicle chargers was required in order to apply for this funding, with Natural Resources Canada providing up to 50% towards the cost of this initiative. Providing an overview of our project, in June 2020, the county and local municipalities, including the town of Goderich, Huron East, and North Huron, applied for the Zero Emission Vehicle Infrastructure Program. We submit an application in partnership with Charger Crew, and I'll explain that partnership more coming. But they are an organization that installs and operates electric vehicle chargers within North America. We were successful. We did receive funding to install 26 level 2 electric vehicle charging ports in Huron County. And of the participating municipalities, Huron County identified locations for 12 electric vehicle charging ports, Goderich 6, Huron East 4, and yourselves, North Huron 4 as well. So for example, North Huron selected locations for 2 electric vehicle chargers. They are both dual chargers, meaning they have connections for 2 vehicles each, which is where the 4 charging ports comes from. So more on our partnership with Charger Crew. So Charger Crew brought forward an opportunity and they offered to lead the application to the Zero Emission Vehicle Infrastructure Program on behalf of the county and participating local municipalities. They offered to provide the capital for the installation of the chargers, as well as ongoing operation and maintenance for a period of 10 years. So the investments that they made into this project would be covered by a user pay system where the electric vehicle drivers pay a fee to charge their vehicles at the charger, as well as the 50% funding from Natural Resources Canada. We were later notified that Charger Crew had an additional partner within this partnership, and that was a company called Spark Park, and they were actually going to be providing the 50% financial investment to assist with this project. Unfortunately, within Spark Park, there was a conflict of interest identified between that organization and Natural Resources Canada, which meant that they could no longer proceed with providing the financial investment for this project. So in order to proceed, we do need to identify another funding partner. So based on the Natural Resources Canada requirements for this project, total funding from all levels of government cannot exceed 75%. So we are receiving the 50% funding from Natural Resources Canada at the federal level, and that means that the county and local municipalities could contribute 25% if the full 50% funding cannot be sourced elsewhere. So the total cost is estimated at $260,000 for this project with the 50% contribution from Natural Resources Canada. So we are looking for a maximum of $130,000 to support this project. So next steps in order to proceed. So County Council did pass a motion on December 1st directing staff to collaborate with our partner municipalities. So again, that's Goderich, Huron East, and North Huron, to prepare a report on a strategy to proceed with this initiative. Goderich and Huron East have confirmed their interest in proceeding with this project as well as financial contribution to their chargers. Once North Huron determines interest in proceeding, a report would be taken back to County Council outlining a strategy to proceed with the project. And at this time, Huron County is continuing to explore possible funding partnerships to assist with financial support for this project. So Bruce Power has expressed an interest in helping financially support this project. The county warden has had a conversation with them as well as myself. So we are just currently waiting on an update regarding the status of that. So that's all I have, and I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start with Councillor McBurney.
Yes, through you, Reeve. I have a question for Lily in regards to these charger. What's a level 2?
Through you, Reeve Bailey. A level 2 charger refers to a level 2 charger. There's 3 levels of charging. So there's level 1s, which you often see maybe in someone's house. So they're not as fast as a level 2 charger. And then you have your level 2, which is sort of your middle ground, and then your level 3, which is your fast chargers. So level 2s are what you're seeing commonly in communities, being placed around in different communities. They take around, there's a span, but 4 to 10 hours to charge a vehicle. And the levels vary based on the amount of power that that charger is able to supply to a vehicle. The level 3s primarily are your fast chargers, and they're being installed among highways and major transportation corridors because they do offer that faster charging.
Okay, thank you.
Kevin?
Thank you. Through you, Reeve. I'm just curious, is there any dividend paid back to a municipality? I'm just curious if you have to put in 25% of the cost of installing one of these, and it's a user pay. You can imagine being back in 1910 and having a shot at having the first gas pump, and you got 25 cents or 25% from it. And, you know, we know where all that went. And my second question is, who pays the electrical bill on that? Who's responsible for that and the infrastructure?
Oh, through you, Reeve Bailey. So the owning and operating of the electric vehicle chargers would likely be up to the county and local municipalities. So if the charger was on your property, you would be owning and operating that charger. And speaking to the electrical piece, so those participating municipalities would pay the electrical on that. Now, the revenue that was generated from the chargers themselves, you would be using that revenue to pay the electrical costs on that infrastructure, as well as gain back some of the initial investment that you would be making.
Lily? Okay, go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Yeah, so this is so because of the whole charger crew is gone, it becomes an operator. From what I'm gathering is before the conflict was identified, we would not be responsible for the operation and get the revenue as opposed to those chargers. Now we will, in the way this reads, or the way I understand this to be. What we would provide, what we are required to provide, is 25% of the cost of the installation of the capital of those two units. Is that correct? Is that what really you're asking? The county is asking for?
So through you, Reeve Bailey. So that is correct. So 25% would be, so you have 4 charging ports. So 100% of the total cost for those would be $40,000. So at 25%, that is $10,000 that you're looking at. That covers installation and the infrastructure. So within that's total project cost, you're looking at civil and electrical work, purchasing the charger, and the install as well. So I don't know if I missed another piece of your question there. Feel free to reiterate if I did, but yeah.
No, I just a follow up, Reeve. I think really ultimately that is now because I mean, when we got the report, there wasn't real clear back when the report came to council. And this is kind of the reason why we requested you to come, is it wasn't really clear as to what our contribution would be. So what I'm hearing is, in order to continue this process, North Huron Council needs to provide $10,000 in order to move this project forward onto the when or if another partnership is determined for the remaining 25%. Is that correct?
So through you, Reeve Bailey, yes, that is correct. So at this point, if say Bruce Power was able to contribute the full 50%, there would be no contribution on behalf of the counties and local municipalities. If they could only contribute, say, 25%, we would then be having to make up that other 25%. And if that was the case, North Huron's contribution would be $10,000 for your 4 charging ports, correct?
Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Mr. Palmer.
Yeah, thank you, Reeve. To you, Lily. I'm ignorant when it comes to this, and so kinds of connections, like does the industry have standard plugs for all the different companies that produce electric cars? And what about those that are hybrids? So I don't know, don't they just plug into your house?
Through you, Reeve Bailey. Yes, so there are standard connectors, and these chargers would be the standard connections, which could be used by any electric vehicle. I'm not well versed in hybrid vehicles, but I do believe they are similarly connected to chargers.
Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Sight.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask, so I just want to follow up to Councillor Palmer's question. I have a hybrid vehicle, Councillor Palmer, and I can plug into I can plug into the charger downtown Wingham. So I mean, I can charge there or I can charge at my house, depending on whether I have. So it's a standard charger amongst them.
Go ahead, Councillor Faulkner.
Thank you. Through you, Reeve. To Lily, who sets the pricing for the kilowatts? I'm just thinking if the gas prices or unit prices are usually on a supply and demand, and they fluctuate that way. With being we're probably going to be 5 years, 6 years out to having a plethora of electrical vehicles. I know they're coming, but those 5 years could prove to be a deficit, could they not? I mean, as far as the infrastructure and upkeep, and if they're only used, and you only have 2 chargers, there is a limit to how much you can actually make a profit on in order to cover your costs.
Yeah, so through you, Reeve Bailey. Yes, so we would set the price of the chargers, so the county and local municipalities. There is about an average price right now for level 2 chargers. It's about 4 to 5 cents per minute, so that's about $2.50 to $3 an hour. And to not get too specific, but about 40% of that revenue covers your electricity costs. So that means that about 60% is revenue that's coming in, which would go back to, like I said, the investment that you make, as well as future maintenance costs. Now, within the total project cost for this project, there is a 5-year warranty on the chargers. So maintenance costs in those first 5 years are likely to be minimal. It is expected that electric vehicles are, on the rise and will be coming more so in the next few years. So there is an expected payback of about 7 to 10 years on this infrastructure.
So Lily, if I could just help, go ahead, Paul.
Yes, through you, Reeve. I just wanted to, Lily, is there any chance that it'd be better off if we sort of held off when you say it's going to take a little while for the demand to come in stronger? Would we be better off to wait for the better chargers, or is that price prohibitive?
So I believe that this is a good opportunity that we do have. So this is a funding program being offered by the federal government for a limited amount of time. I believe it's closing out in either 2023 or 2024. So we do have the opportunity. We are most of the way through the process, but have obviously hit a snag. I think electric vehicle charging technology, it's already improved, but our chargers, to my knowledge, would not become obsolete in 10 years. The better chargers that you're referring to are probably the level 3s, which are those fast chargers. And as I mentioned, they are primarily being installed along your major transportation routes, and they do come at a much higher price point. So for a level 2 vehicle, or a level 2 electric vehicle charger, you're looking at about $10,000 for the infrastructure and the install. Your level 3s, you're looking at about $100,000 for the infrastructure and the install, as well as a lot more electrical and civil work goes into upgrading to make sure that you have the power for those chargers.
Thank you.
So Lily, just refresh my memory here then on everything that you said. So we're looking at an expense of $10,000 to install it. Do we pay for the machine?
So that would cover your contribution to your chargers if it's 25%, and that is the infrastructure and the installation. Now, those are the total cost of the project has been estimated. It will be confirmed once we have site assessments complete for electrical capacity.
And we would be responsible for maintenance because we have one now and I think we lose lots of money on it.
So for 5 years, I mentioned we would have a warranty. That's part of our project. So maintenance costs should be very minimal, if anything at all. After that 5-year period, so we are on a 10-year period for these chargers, yes, part of the revenue that we collect through a user pay system would have to go to maintenance costs.
Yeah, so you could lose money pretty fast if you're only making $3 an hour and somebody drives away with the cord. And it's just part of business. So again, going back to what Deputy Seidman spoke about earlier, so you're still looking for a partner. You're hoping for Bruce Power to join in with you. And when they join in with you, that does change the costing to us.
It would if Bruce Power is able to contribute more than 25%, correct?
Okay. And right now, today, your asking price is what? What would you like out of this council? Just tell me the number.
So I already, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, through you, Reeve Bailey. I already mentioned, so 25% of the cost of your charges would be $10,000.
Okay, that's it.
So if I may, Reeve Bailey, I believe what the county is looking for is basically, and Goddard and Huron East have already done this. Basically, they're looking for direction on whether us as one of the local municipalities are willing to be a contributor, provided another funding opportunity cannot be identified, right? So if council is supportive of potentially providing the $10,000 if another funding source cannot be identified, then you'd want to pass a motion indicating as such. And if council's not interested in providing any funds to it, then conversely, you'd want to provide that direction. So basically, Lily needs direction to take back to county council.
So, yep, I'm aware of that. Go ahead, Trevor. But thank you.
I am willing to put a motion to advise staff to provide the 10,000 contribution from North Huron.
Do I have a seconder? And I can't see, so please speak up if we have a seconder. Last chance for seconder. Then the motion fails. Did anybody else want to put a motion forward? Not seeing any hands go up. Lily, I want to thank you very much for your presentation. And maybe we can do business again at a later date. But the council has decided they don't want to move forward with this operation, okay?
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Okay. We're going to move on to 6.2. I have a conflict of interest. I believe Trevor has a conflict of interest, so we're going to back on out of this one.
That Deputy Reeve site doesn't have a conflict of interest on this one, so I guess at this point I'd ask Deputy Reeve site to assume the chair.
Okay, thank you. Just give me 1 second while I find 6.2. Okay, so we got 6.2, which is 6.2, which is zoning bylaw amendment file Z08-2021. Location is Plan 168, part lots 76 and 77, Blythe Ward, Township of North Huron, 443 to 449 Mill Street. Applicant and owners are Ron Davidson, Land Use Planning Consultant Inc., care of Ron Davidson, and Paul Hansen and Maria Gomes is the, I'm assuming, part of the owners and applicant. So I will, at this point, I will move to Hannah to go through her presentation, please.
Great. Thank you, Deputy Reeve. I will just share my presentation. All right. So as mentioned before, the following application is for a zoning bylaw amendment. The subject lands, as shown on the screen here, are designated residential in the North Huron official plan. And they are currently zoned R2 residential medium density. The subject property does contain an existing 4-unit multiple attached dwelling shown in the aerial imagery there. The intent of the subject application is to provide for 2 special R2 zones, which are part of the facilitation of a related consent to sever application. So this file number is C10521. And council should note that this application is considered later in the agenda at item, sorry, just give me a moment. And that is item 7.1.2. So just to have that context there, but just because of the procedures are a little bit different, these 2 files are just being considered separately. In terms of the site photos from the property, so as you can see here, you can see the existing 4-unit multiple attached dwelling that looks similar to a row house or a townhome. There is existing parking provided on site, which is shown here in this picture on the bottom. And this picture partially also shows the proposed severed new lot as part of the adjoining severance application. So in terms of the proposed development, so I did mention earlier that there is a corresponding severance application, which is seeking to create a new lot for a semi-detached dwelling. This is shown here in the concept plan shown right here. So the existing multiple unit attached dwelling would be contained on the retained lands, whereas the severed property is currently vacant. And the proposal for these lands would be that it would be used for a semi-detached dwelling, which is currently permitted on the existing zoning. However, the purpose of the proposed amendments are to help facilitate the severance application. So there is 2 special R2 zones, one of which corresponds with the area of the retained for the existing multiple attached dwelling, and another special zone that corresponds with the proposed severed lot that is currently vacant and proposed to be used for the semi-detached dwellings. So just in terms of the special zone for the retained lands with the existing multiple attached dwelling, the intent of this provision is to seek to recognize existing zoning deficiencies or zoning deficiencies that would be as a result of the proposed severance contemplated in the corresponding application. So in particular, they are requesting a minimum lot area of 700 square meters, lot frontage to be recognized as 20 meters, lot depth at 35 meters, and the minimum front yard, rear yard, and minimum exterior yard to be recognized as they are currently existing. And as well, the proposal includes a parking ratio of 1 space per unit. So this concept plan here does show the proposed spaces for the units. It's worth noting that these parking spaces are currently being used by tenants, but with the proposal, they would be a little bit more established in terms of their area. In terms of the proposed, so I'm just going to flip back to my other slide, just in terms of the analysis, just to provide some perspective. So otherwise, the lot area requirement would be just over 1,100 square feet in this instance. However, the reduction in the lot size is considered appropriate in this case for a few different reasons. The lot coverage requirement for this is able to be maintained under the existing maximum 40%, even as a result of the severance. And again, the reduced lot area is a reflection of the existing reduced exterior side yard, rear yard, and front yard setbacks, which already exist with respect to Mill Street and Drummond Street. In regards to parking, the 4 existing parking spaces are proposed to be recognized as part of this zoning bylaw amendment and reduced from the otherwise 1.5 provision requirement. My report does elaborate on this further, but it is worth noting that 1 parking space is typically what is required for single detached dwellings and semi-detached dwellings. So in this case, it is considered appropriate. However, given in light of the public comments that were received at the beginning of this meeting, it is a good reminder to tenants in the area just to make sure that they're utilizing the existing on-site delineated parking, which is required to be provided for these residential units rather than parking on the street. In terms of the proposed amendment for the additional special zone, which is on the vacant severed lot proposed to be used for the semi-detached dwelling, the proposal post-severance intends to comply with all the applicable zoning bylaw provisions, with the exception of the interior side yard, which is requested to be reduced from 3 meters to 1.5 meters. This is considered appropriate in this case as it still provides for sufficient access to the rear yard. The proposal includes an attached garage, which does reduce the possibility of large accessory buildings being located in the rear yard for car parking or the parking of large, like a lawnmower, for example. If you have a garage, it does reduce the chance that you would have that in your rear yard. And the proposal otherwise complies with the provisions of the zoning bylaw, including lot coverage and minimum landscaped area. So this reduction is considered appropriate in this case. In terms of comments that were received, so in terms of written comments, so just for council's understanding, so zoning bylaw amendments are a local application, and as such, they are circulated by the local township, whereas consent applications such as the corresponding one with this application is circulated by the county. So at the time of report submission for the zoning bylaw amendment, we did not receive written comments specific to the zoning bylaw. However, there were comments received on the subsequent consent application that did have some concern with increased density in the area and parking. And council should also remember from earlier in this meeting during the 2 minutes public commenting, there was comment received by the neighbor that did have some concerns with the parking. And even though they specifically cited that that was in regards to the consent application, because the zoning is related to that, council should also keep that in the back of their mind in their consideration. In terms of comments from township staff, they have indicated that they have no concerns. There was involvement of township staff, the planner, as well as the applicants during the pre-consultation phase and following from circulation of the application. And it was determined that it's likely that during the building permit phase for the semi-detached dwelling that a lot grading and drainage plan would be required. So it was thought that prior to severance and the splitting of the lots, it might be a good idea to do a more comprehensive lot grading and drainage plan. So there was comment on that. As well, there was discussion about the zoning bylaw does require that between semi-detached dwellings and higher density residential units such as the row townhouses that either a planting strip or a fence be provided. In terms of the implementation of this requirement, it is a little bit difficult. And my consent application does go into this in further detail, but it is difficult to implement that as a condition of consent because it can interfere with the construction of the new dwelling. However, in speaking with the former chief building official, he did note that it was difficult to have that as something that would be required during building permit. So his comments were that an agreement with securities would be appropriate just to ensure that the fence be constructed along the lot line to comply with that provision in the zoning bylaw. So those two comments. In terms of the implementation, when we get to the consent application, council should note that those are two recommended conditions of consent, as we are not able to attach conditions to the zoning, but that is how those comments have been addressed. As well, Township Public Works staff provided that they have no concern with the parking area location as it is proposed to stay where it is currently. As well, we did receive comments from the risk management officials that take care of source water protection, indicating no concerns as the applicants have filed an application with them to no concern. In terms of a recommendation, it is recommended that the zoning bylaw amendment be approved. Council is also reminded that pending their decision, a motion to the effect of public and agency comments will also be required. So I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have. I do note that the applicants are also in the meeting as well.
Thank you, Hannah. At this point, I'll move on to 6.2.2, which is the opportunity to comment on the application by the applicant or its agent. Is Ron Davidson, are you available, or Paul Hansen or Maria Gomes, do you want to speak on behalf of your application?
Yes, sir. My name is Ron Davidson. I am the, can I be heard, sir?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead, Ron.
Thank you. Yeah, I shall be brief. I represent, I'm a planning consultant and I represent Paul and Maria. I don't have a whole lot to say here. Hannah went through and did a thorough job explaining a lot of this material that I have covered or had covered in my planning report. Hannah certainly alluded to some pre-consultation that occurred not only with her office, but your township staff as well. And I think we worked out all the issues with the understanding that there'd be a few things added as conditions of severance. And Paul and Maria are certainly fine with that. The only thing I'll say is this is, I guess we call this infilling and a little bit of intensification if you want to throw around some buzzwords. It's certainly something that the province supports through their provincial policy statement and is also strongly encouraged at the local level through your official plan. The concerns regarding parking, if the people aren't parking in the right spots, that is something that Paul and Maria will make sure will happen. They are actually living on site, so they're fully aware of pretty much everything that goes on there. So if there are any issues in the past, before they arrived and bought the property a while ago, hopefully those problems don't exist anymore. But if there is a parking situation, they will take care of that. That's it for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. So I'll move on to 6.2.3, which is the opportunity to comment by others in attendance. Please speak up if I can't see. I'm kind of scrolling through, just make sure. I am not hearing anybody. Okay, I will move on to 6.2.4, which is opportunity for questions or comments by council members. I will go to Councillor Faulkner first, and then go to Councillor Palmer next. Councillor Faulkner.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. My comment on this application only to the concerns that were posted earlier by residents around the next door to this severance. I would just like to make the comment that staff to have a relook at our parking policy on that street and our signage on that street. I think some of the concerns, because there are parking spots on the premises, and the new build will have garages where you'll be able to put one in the garage, one in your driveway if you needed to, without infringing on your neighbors in the parking. And as to the festival and to other parking that we've tried to address in the past and have just last year with some more signage and some more painting, that I would like staff to have a look at our parking on that street and on Mill Street to see if there's just some way of alleviating some of those problems with vehicles being damaged or parking and blocking driveways. Can be done with just through policy and would not be a concern of the severance. Thank you.
Councillor Palmer.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Reeve. Yeah, I think we need to really listen to, well, that family that had parking concerns, that parking was happening on their property, and nobody wants that. I knew somebody that lived over there across the road, type of thing, and I knew about how the parking was, and it seems to be like, I know the owner, I stand to be corrected, lives on one end, and there's parking there. That's fine, you can see it. But the others seem to be, there's nothing organized over there and on the other side. And so it's almost like a free-for-all. Winter time is a problem. unless it's happening this year, you know, about helping to keep it clear. So I am worried. I'm concerned. If there's room for everybody, it should be totally identified. All the spaces should be there. They should be paved too, so it's a parking spot, parking lot for the existing individuals in the existing building. That's a concern to me, and I'm a bit surprised that staff has said it's okay. I know what you said, Hannah. You have a bit of a concern, but there's a bigger concern than I think here, and it should be addressed. Thank you.
Is there any other council members? Councillor Heffer, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Through you, Hannah, do you feel there's enough separation between the two to the west of that, where the first house is going to be meeting it? Do you feel there's enough space there? You're cutting it down into half, right? The distance between the two lots.
Yeah, yes, through your worship, thank you for that question, Councillor Heffer. If you don't mind, I'm just going to reshare my presentation just to make sure that we're referring to the same thing. So Councillor Heffer, would you be able to clarify specifically what setback you're referring to? Is this the reduced 1.5 or?
Yeah, yes. Like, yeah, and the distance between the back lots there of the existing building.
Right, yes.
Yeah.
So, yep, so I was of the opinion that there was sufficient space. I was of the opinion that 1.5 meters was sufficiently spaced from the neighboring property. Typically, otherwise in our bylaw, in particular, you will see things such as 1.5 of a setback is appropriate if there's attached garage, in instances that there's at least 3 meters provided on the other neighboring property, which in this case it is sufficient. And then in terms of the 5.5 setback, that is a reduction. I believe, I'm just going to reference the bylaw. I believe the requirement typically for multi-attached units is 8 meters. However, typically, right now, the units are all considered to be a part of one property. They haven't been part divided to be sold individually. In those cases where they will be sold individually, we like to provide the opportunity for them to have a little bit more of individual amenity space for each unit because they will be separated. In this case, and through speaking with the applicants, due to the existing parking on the site and the way it's configured, it is unlikely that part lot control would ever be something that would be either feasible or contemplated. So in my mind, that also provided rationale for a reduced rear yard setback. So that was what was contemplated in my report. And again, I know the applicant's also on the line.
Okay, through you, follow up.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, Hannah, that fence, is there a set height that fence will be going in there? Like there'll be no problem with that after it'll be set ahead of time?
Yes. So if you just give me a moment, I'm just going to make sure that I'm referencing the proper requirement in the bylaw. So so in terms of the height, the bylaw provides that they can either have a planting strip, which is like a landscape strip, or they can provide for a fence. In this case, a fence is likely going to be the most appropriate given the spacing. And in the bylaw, there is nothing that is specific to the height. However, we would expect that the building would, that the height of the fence would need to be reasonable in order to provide some screening between the two properties. Typically, in other applications, we find around 5 feet. So is typically what the fencing height would be, and that would be the expectation in the agreement, that we would want something probably along those lines, just to make sure that the height reflects the intended function of that.
Thank you.
Do I have any other counselors that have questions, concerns? So I'm going to, because I've heard a couple of counselors talk to parking as a concern. One of the things that we have to recognize, I think Councillor Faulkner was the one who brought up, for the most part, the discussion about the parking amendment, like the parking's bylaw. So I mean, arguably, bylaw enforcement is one, if not the only way, that municipalities can ensure parking is being done appropriately based on the bylaw that we've got in place. So if staff, what I'm hearing is, if that is an issue where council wants staff to revise or review that bylaw in the town of Blythe in that zone, that is something that is going to have to be directed by council. That's not something that we can just assume that this is in this planning application or a consent, because that's not a part of the request, other than the fact that those are the concerns of not necessarily the zone, but it's more of the actual context of how it's going to impact the rest of the area. So that's kind of my comments. I'm kind of looking at, Councillor Faulkner, you had your hand up, so I will go back to you.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Reeve. If it's appropriate, I would like to make a motion for staff to revisit the parking policies and bylaws for Drummond and Mill Street on that corner, to see if there's something that that could be used to help alleviate the problem. I'll make that motion.
So if I may, Deputy Reese, my recommendation would be, because you're in a public meeting for the planning application right now, I would recommend that you deal with the planning application, and then at the end of the public meeting, then you can put a motion forward for staff to investigate parking independent of the planning application.
Yeah, thank you, Clerk. I was waiting to get Councillor Faulkner to finish this conversation before I abruptly interrupted him. So I'll leave it at that. I've made note of your motion there, Councillor Faulkner. We'll bring it back to it when at the end of this public meeting. Okay. So is there any other comments by council members that want to voice any questions or comments as it relates to this zoning bylaw amendment? I'm not seeing any. So we'll move on to 6.2.5, which is the zoning bylaw procedure following the public meeting. So this is a public meeting of the council of the Township of North Huron. Thus, a decision of council may or may not be made at this evening on the zoning bylaw amendment. If the bylaw is passed by council, the clerk is required to send notice of passing of the bylaw to persons or public bodies that have made a written request to be notified of the decision. There's a 20-day objection period from the time of the notice of the passing of the bylaw has been mailed by first-class post, wherein submissions, letters of objection or support in respect to the passing of the bylaw will be received by the clerk. If an objection is received, an appeal is lodged with the Ontario Land Tribunal, and at that point, the township no longer has any control over the time factor involved. If council does not pass the bylaw, the applicant may appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal. If a bylaw is passed and no objections are received within the objection period, the clerk certifies by the bylaw that is in force and effect as of the date of its passing, and notice is forwarded to the Huron County Planning and Development Department. So I'll move on to 6.3, which is the summary of comments and recommendations by the Huron County Planning and Development Department. Hannah?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Reeve. I will just reshare the presentation. So It is recommended that council select option A5, that public comments were received on the issue of parking and increased density. Comments were thoroughly considered, but did not affect the influence of the decision of council to approve the application, and that option B3 be selected, that agency comments were received in support of the application, the effect of which resulted in a decision to approve the application.
Okay, so 6.2.7, so the decision of council and effect on the comments received. So I'll make the motion, there is a recommended motion that the council of the Township of North Huron hereby approves the zoning bylaw amendment file Z08 21 as it applies to Plan 168, part lot 76 and 77, Blythe Ward, Township of North Huron, 443 to 449 Mill Street. I will take a mover of that motion if there is one. I've got Councillor McBurney moving. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Faulkner seconds. Clerk Lamb.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve Sipe. So Councillor Falconer,
Yes.
Councillor Heffer,
Yes.
Councillor Van Hittersum,
Yes.
Councillor Palmer,
Yes.
Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
and Deputy Reeve Sipe.
Yes.
So that motion carries 6-0.
And for the second motion, that the zoning bylaw amendment file Z0821 as it applies to Plan 168, part lot 76 and 77, Blythe Ward, Township of North Huron, with the recommendations of A5 and B3. I will ask that to be moved if there is a mover, please. Councillor Faulkner moves. I've got Councillor Van Hittersum seconding. I will ask the clerk to just reiterate what the A5 and B3 are before we make that, before we calls the roll, okay?
Just bear with me a second here. I don't have the planning chart up.
Neither do I. That's why I was asking you.
So your motion would be that for zoning bylaw amendment file Z0821 as it applies to Plan 168, part lots 76 and 77, Blythe Ward, Township of North Huron, 443 to 449 Mill Street. Public comments were received on the issues of parking and increased density. Comments were thoroughly considered, but the effect did not influence the decision of council to approve the application, and agency comments were received in support of the application, the effect of which resulted in a decision to approve the application.
I've got Councillor Faulkner and Councillor Van Hittersum moving and seconding that motion.
So Councillor Heffer?
Yes.
Councillor Van Hittersum?
Yes.
Councillor Palmer?
Yes.
Councillor McBurney?
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sipe?
Yes.
And Councillor Falconer?
Yes.
So that motion carries 6-0.
Okay, now that we've kind of moved from that public portion of the meeting, I do want to come back to Councillor Faulkner's request for staff to review the parking and traffic bylaw for the Township of North Huron, specifically in the zone of Drummond and Mill is what I gathered was his motion, but I will look to him to confirm or deny my understanding of his motion.
Yes, just that would be the motion I would put forward to look at that because of the reasons that were stated earlier. Yes.
So I have that mover. Do I have a seconder? I got Councillor McBurney seconding. Is there any questions or comments or responses to that motion at this point before I send to the clerk for the roll? I am not seeing any. Clerk Lamb, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve Sipe. And if I may, who was the seconder on that motion?
Councillor McBurney was the seconder.
So I guess Councillor Falconer and Councillor McBurney, feel free to let me know if this is not necessarily what you're looking for, but as of right now, the draft motion would be that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby directs staff to review the township's traffic and parking bylaw to investigate opportunities to address parking concerns at Mill Street and Drummond Street in Blythe.
Yes.
Okay, I'm seeing nods from both Councillor Falconer and Councillor McBurney. So I'll call the vote. So Councillor Van Hittersum,
Yes.
Councillor Palmer,
Yes.
Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
Deputy Reese Sipe,
Yes.
Councillor Falconer,
Yes.
Councillor Heffer,
Yes.
and Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very kindly, Deputy Reeve Sipe. Okay, we're going to go now to 6.3, which is our public budget meeting. So the statutory public meeting 2022 budget presentation. I'm going to hand it over to Darcy to run us through it.
Darcy, you're muted.
Thank you, Councillor or Deputy Reeve Sipe, for that. I was unaware. I thought I'd hit the button. Apologize. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. So we are going to just run through the final draft budget, or the final budget for the statutory public meeting here tonight. I will advise council again at the end, but just want everybody to realize that you've all seen this effectively, well, a couple times now. The intention of this is to meet the statutory public meeting requirements under the Municipal Act, to make sure that we have opportunity for the public to make comments. So we developed the overall budget framework based on the core operating budget with no service level changes. The budget did include costs for additional staffing, cleaning costs, and security related to COVID. And council had provided direction for enhanced services for museum operations, economic development, human resources, and a council chambers facility project. The budget also included prior direction from council for the inclusion of a 2.41% COLA adjustment. So there were a bunch of assumptions that were made through the budget process listed here. I won't go through each of them. Ultimately, though, with all the pluses and the minuses, it meant that there was going to be an additional $37,000 built into the budget just to kind of keep everything at the status quo. After the initial drafting of the budget and tabling in December, there were a few changes that were led by staff. Increased costs for property standards and drainage inspection contract requirements. The Conservation Authority finalized their budget, which increased the levy. There were additional costs for the non-refundable taxes on the insurance premiums. And then Mr. Marty and the fire department had gone through final revisions to the fire partners levy, which resulted in a slight reduction. On December 9th, when we tabled the budget and went through it extensively, council provided some direction. Firstly, there was a request to add additional monies to transfer part-time staffing to a full-time position, which resulted in an additional $11,000 increase. There was discussion about the fact that the original budget included the full year of wages for the economic development person. However, we realized that by the time the budget got passed and we went through recruitment, that we wouldn't actually need a full year, so we were able to reduce that somewhat. Council reallocated $3,000 from the tourism budget to allow for the Blythe campground marketing to continue again for another year, and also allocated $2,000 from the economic development budget to be placed into the council budget with a rename of an account to the community partners funding. We also had gone through some work on December 9th with regards to a discussion about museum, and there was recognition that the museum might not be operating in 2022, and therefore the cost of the facility could also be taken out of the budget. Just want to go over the donation requests that council have approved at this point. $125 to the Huron Plowmen's Association, $300 to the school fair, and $500 to the Huron Hospice for a total of $925. Council does have a $6,000 pot right now for that community funding, as I just mentioned. So there still is a significant amount of dollars left over for community initiatives as the year progresses. So where we're at, we started 2021, or ended 2021, I should say, with a $6.3 million levy. The base budget has gone up by $133,000. Museum operations are an additional $70,350. In reality, that's to include a $70,000 contract to go through deaccessioning of museum artifacts. There's $72,350 for additional costs for economic development. We've included $82,740, which offsets the costs to continue with another year contract for the human resources coordinator, and also to complete a salary market check review. And then lastly, $40,000 for the council chambers facility project. So the total requested budget for 2022 is $6,759,000. Which is just shy of an additional $400,000 or 6.28%. So this pie chart just generally goes through the breakdown of the total tax dollars. Of course, this certainly isn't any great detail, but you know, our three biggest draws on the tax base, of course, are the operations when it comes to everything from related to roads, waste management, winter control, cemetery, so on and so forth. Recreation and culture, which includes all of our parks, open spaces, community facilities, pool, daycare, arenas, so on and so forth. And then next would be policing. So those are the three biggest drivers, of course, within the overall tax levy. So just want to touch on this chart for a second. It's kind of a regurgitation of information that we actually provided to the public through a budget mailer that was sent out at the end of January. We have about 2,450 properties in North Huron, and about 1,400 of them are single-family residential. That percentage sign should say about 60%. So this property type has an average assessment of about $200,000. So for the average person who has that average assessed house, depending on the area that they're in, they're going to see an increase. That 6.28% really means that they're going to see an increase between $94 and $118 on their tax bill. Now, the bill could be more or could be less than that, resulting in, you know, if there's been a change to the assessment. And this also doesn't include any impacts with regards to the county levy or education. So if there are changes in the county or education, that gets added on top. I'd like to note that the breakdown paid by area, 49% of taxes come from the former Wingham area, 32% from East Wawanosh, and 19% from Blythe. And I think it's probably no surprise many rural municipalities similar to North Huron have a very much a similar property type mix where 3/4 of the overall taxes are paid by the residential taxpayer, with the rest coming from farm, commercial, and industrial. Part of our overall budget process also includes, of course, the user pay budget. So this has been pretty much set in stone now for a couple of years, given council's approval of a long-term financial plan. So the water rates will be going up by 7.1 and sewer 7.1. what that means is an extra $94,000 in revenue for the water side, $73,400 for sewer. And that's really being attributed to increased contract costs, maintenance of the systems, and then additional money going into capital projects or future works to rehabilitate the system. And this pie chart just kind of breaks down the user rate side of things. Pretty even split between the 4 different areas, being both water and then capital funding for, operating and capital funding for both the water and the sewer. So that's the end of the presentation. As I mentioned, the intention really now for questions is not so much opening up for questions of council. Of course, I'll still take those, but the reality is this is a statutory public meeting. The expectation is that we provide an opportunity for the public to make any comments, ask any questions that they may have prior to council making a final decision on the budget.
Thank you very much, Darcy. Having said what Darcy said, we're going to open up now. If there's any public in the audience that would like to ask questions or speak their concerns, this would be the time. And again, Carson, I'll ask for your help if somebody has their hand up. So again, one more time, I'm going to mention to the public out there, this is the time for you to speak to the budget that this council has put together for next year. Sorry, for this year, we're in it already. So if there's anyone out there, could you please speak up?
I'm not seeing any microphones being unmuted.
Thank you very kindly. Councillors, is there any final thoughts or questions or concerns? I'm going to start with Deputy Reeve Sight.
Yes, thank you, Reeve. The one question I did have, obviously this is the statutory public meeting. Have we received? We've been doing, obviously we've been doing budget deliberations from November, significantly since probably November, or even early December. Has there been any communication from residents, either by sent in to the clerk or treasury to indicating any concerns or issues as it relates to the budget? I have not seen any, so I'm actually not necessarily from the public meeting perspective, but has there been questions or comments been raised outside of this public meeting is my question. Darius?
Through your worship, not formally that I'm aware of. I know that Carson would have forwarded anything on to me that would have come through the clerk's department. I, of course, don't monitor social media, so I don't know what might be happening through informal channels, but we attempted this year something different with regards to the budget mailer that was sent out. That went out to every mailbox within, that had a North Huron address. So hopefully, people looked at it and saw something new that was in their mail and reviewed it and got just a very brief education on where we're at with regards to the budget and what it all means and the projects that are contained in it. And that's about the best that we can do. And we still didn't get any comments after that that was sent out. So hopefully the public is satisfied with it. We really won't know until probably August when the final tax bills go out and people really see what the impact of the budget will be.
Thank you very much. Any other councillors? Go ahead, Councillor Palmer.
Yeah, thank you, Reeve. I've had some, what do they call them, complaints, because the way we're doing this public meeting was not satisfactory to them. They didn't feel comfortable. They had some troubles. And for something so important like a budget, this was not good, Darcy. I know you tried. I know you made some public stuff. You tried through mailings, what have you, but no, there's a lot of discontent out there, and we're going to hear about it afterwards. And there was nothing I could say other than I don't like it either. Public meetings should be public meetings face to face, and this was not. The timing was not good. I hate shoving things fast. you know, just to, you know, just to make someone else's time work. So no, this wasn't good. I've got a couple of other comments. You already know that I'm totally upset about hiring more people. Like the economic development officer, and now we're hearing about you know someone for asset management. I know it's a well, we'll talk about that later. I'm against that, and I'd like to know, Darcy, I know we emailed a little bit, the wage. Where's the total wages? I think people deserve to know that. You know, within the pie or within the dollars, the categories have wages as a category. And, you know, for me, it's getting out of hand. We have to be very careful. And that's my say with that. And I think we should see the numbers. We've seen them before, years before we have. They've always been available. And I think they should be always available for the public out there.
Thank you very much, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you.
Councillor Palmer, I'm just curious, as a sitting councillor on this council, and you're at every meeting with us to work the budget out. As you said, you're personally very upset of the way it was handled and the way it was done, and you've been very clear that you would like to have a public meeting. Can you give some pointers to Darcy for next year, what you would like? So we've done it this way. This is our third budget. We're going to be going into our final budget. Before we go into our final budget, can you just tell him what you want? Because this is a situation where you are a sitting councillor and you are part of it. So I would, if I would prefer that if you would have a conversation with Darcy and tell him exactly where you would go and what you would do and what you would like to see, or actually with the CAO would be better, because it involves everybody when it comes to the budget. It involves all staff, all councillors, the entire citizenship of our community. So rather than because you are a councillor and making tough decisions, I would prefer that you would have a behind the scenes meeting with them, and then maybe we can get a better way to. Palmer, is that okay? You don't have to do it in public. It's not needed. It's for the staff. You're going to help the staff.
I can talk to them.
Thank you very much.
It's kind of obvious. It's because of the lock of the COVID situation. I understand why. The timing is terrible. That's all I'm trying to say. And for something as important as this, I just think we should have gotten together or wait a few weeks when we can. That's all I'm saying.
No, that's okay. And as I said, the other things that you wanted to discuss with them that were brought to your attention, because people brought things to my attention, and I've had conversations with staff too. So just if you don't mind, it helps us for next year. I'm looking for my last year to be a good one. So if you can help us set it up a little better, I'd appreciate it. I'm going to go to.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve, Sites, please.
Yeah, thank you, Reeve. You know, I mean, I think we have to recognize that we have had budget meetings that have been public. Like, this is not the only meeting we've had that the public can't make comment or send in information or whatever. Yes, I understand the frustration of having a remote virtual meeting. Everybody in every municipality in Ontario is having the same problem. We have to recognize that. Do I like it? Absolutely not. I think I've made it very clear where my position has been about, you know, where we need to end up being at the end of the day as it relates to public or in-person meetings. But I mean, we have to follow ultimately what has been requested and from a provincial mandate standpoint. One of the things that I want to recognize, though, too, is Councillor Palmer has indicated, is, you know, we have been provided some information as it relates to staff, as it relates to requests for information from staff have looked for council direction. and council has given that direction based on their information. Not every council is going to agree on certain different aspects of the budget, and that's reality. I don't think we can all say we're going to agree with every piece of the budget per se. But what I very have a hard time understanding is why if there's issues with the budget as a whole, why those conversations are being held by individual councillors and then or the REIT or whoever, and not being communicated to the rest of the council as it relates to what the issues are. I mean, and maybe it's because they don't want to talk to the rest of the council. I don't know. But the issue is, we as a council need to hear the issues, not individual councillors and not staff. All of council needs to hear these issues, and so that we can at least communicate what those issues are and make our judgment based on those issues. I mean, if the biggest issue is people, this is the biggest decision of our council, and we're doing it not in person. Well, I can tell you right now, we've done them in person and had 3 people show up. So don't give me that it's because it's not in person is a problem, because they choose what they want to come. And I mean, arguably it is a technology issue for some, and I don't question that. But I think we can't recognize the fact that there's lots of avenues to get issues across, and staff are not hearing all the issues until the budget's passed. And we made the comment here tonight. We pass the budget, then we'll hear all the issues. Well, that doesn't do us a dang good either. It's better to hear them before than we have them after. So, I mean, that's my comments to the issues that we've been having. I have not heard anything, and that's why my question was to the Director of Finance and to the clerk as to what issues, if any, had been heard. And I'm not hearing any, other than, as usually the Rivas had some conversation with some people. The Councillor Palmer's had some issues with some people. I mean, I don't know what those issues are. I'm going to leave it at that. I know what Councillor Palmer's issues are. I'm not concerned about that. I respect his concerns, but I don't know anybody else's. So, I mean, that's the person I'm leaving at that. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Anyone else? Go ahead, Rick.
Yes, through you, Reed Bailey. I've been hearing concerns in regards to the position of an economic development officer. The public feels that we're spending too much money on that particular item. I know we were thinking we needed it, but then is this the time? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Yeah. Anyway, that's been coming my way. So
appreciate that, Rick. And yeah, that'll come back up at another council meeting. We haven't hired that's going to be a tough decision too, because you're right. Everybody's everybody's worried about money and making sure we're going in the right direction. But we'll have that full public conversation later down the road. It'll probably be 6 months to 8 months out. We haven't hired anyone yet, but we have put the money aside in case we do. And if we don't, we got a little coin for next year. Thanks. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, thank you, Reeve. Okay, well, help me out then. I've been a broken record on this. My issue. I'm willing to vote no over it, but you just mentioned later on we'll have an opportunity to pass the idea, pass this person or pass the idea. Help me out as to, I'm going to say no right now, unless you unless you got it down the road, there's the opportunity then. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. You can say no before the conversation ever takes place, or you have an understanding of how economic development works. It is part of my life. Pretty sure know what I'm doing at that. I've been written up in books. CBC did a documentary on me on building companies. So I'm not going to back down on how to build a company. Having said that, there will be 7 people who make that decision. All we have done so far is we've started to put money aside for an economic development person to help us build our company. So we have not got that person yet. That is down the road. I'm going to go to Deputy Reeve Sipes and then over to Councillor Faulkner. Oh, sorry, Council, yeah.
So just to be clear for Councillor Palmer is, the budget is allocating funds. Nothing has been guaranteed to that hire. So a report will be coming down the pipe to council in 3 months, 6 months, whenever they think it's important to hire this person. Council will then have a job description, have a wage rate, and all that stuff in front of them to make a decision on whether we move forward or we do not. And that will be the assessment of understanding from council to do that and make that motion. If it moves forward, then it does. If it doesn't, then the budget doesn't move. It just gets held off for when it'll get reassigned at the end of the year when the budget gets reassigned. So as I've indicated in prior meetings as relates to this budget, there is not, just because it's in the budget does not necessarily mean it's a solid done deal at this point. Staff has we've been very clear to staff that just because it's in the budget does not mean you've got carte blanche. And I believe they understand. The CAO has been very clear. He understands. So hopefully that, resonates to you, Councillor Palmer, that, nothing's a done deal. We have to still have the discussions as it relates to council, as it relates to the economic development officer.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Councillor Faulkner.
Yes, thank you, through your Reeve. Just want to make comment that this position has come up through council on at least 2 times. I'm almost certain it was 3, but in order for it to get to the point where it was in the budget, while we talked about the budget, and there was voting on it, and we all got a vote, and it still made it to the budget. So yeah, I'm glad that that we have yes votes and no votes, but it's already been brought to this point through democratic processes, and to bring it out and to flog it, I'm a definite yes then. If we're going to go around the room, I thought we were talking about budget and not decisions of council later on. But yeah, it's just one vote. You got it. You get to say it, and if it passes, it passes. If it don't, it don't. We've already been through that to get here.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Faulkner. Okay, anyone else? Not seeing anyone. I'm going to read the motion.
Sorry.
Your CAO Evans as well again, Reeve Bailey.
Mr. Evans, second time tonight. I apologize. Go ahead.
No problem, Your Worship. So I've just heard the comment made in terms of 3 and 6 months. If council approves the budget with the position in the budget, staff's intention then will be to prepare the job description and the work plan, and we'd like to bring that to council early 2022, so we can move that position forward if that's the wishes of council, or for decision of council, I guess, in terms of moving that position forward. So if the position remains in the budget.
Thank you very kindly, CEO Evans. Okay, and not seeing anyone. Yes.
Sorry, it's Darcy here again. I just had one comment I wanted to make. I know that I had dealt with Councillor Palmer this morning on an issue. I didn't realize that it was something that would have been brought up tonight. I do have the information though. I mean, no problem dealing with transparency and accountability. I was not aware that salaries were ever made part of the presentation to council in past budgets. That being said, our total budget includes about $16.8 million in total expenses. Of those total expenses, about $4,493,000 are for the compensation. So just shy of $4.5 million is our total compensation budget. That includes everything though. Let me be clear. That's statutory, like WSIB, CPP, EI, that's the salaries. That even includes council salary, volunteer, firefighters, everything. That's the whole ball of wax is $4,493,000.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chapman. Okay. Having said that, we're going to do 2022-09 statutory public meeting for the budget presentation that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby receives a statutory public meeting 2022 budget presentation from the Director of Finance dated February 7th, 2022 for information purposes. And further, that the Council of the Township of North Huron adopts the 2022 budget as presented. Do I have a mover? I have Kevin Faulkner moving. I have Anita Van Hindersum seconding. Carson, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Councillor Van Hindersum,
Yes.
Councillor Palmer,
Okay, yes.
Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sipe,
Yes.
Councillor Falconer,
All right.
Councillor Heffer,
Yes.
and Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Hey guys, thank you very kindly. It was a good presentation, guys, and well talked out. Thank all councilors for speaking up. That I appreciate. Every councilor has the right to speak up. Okay, we're going to go over to 7.1. Clerks, 7.1.1 is, well, that's for Bernie to take conflict of interest again.
Yeah, so if I may, Your Worship, both yourself and Deputy Reeve Sipe have declared on this item. So right now I'm looking for a motion for a member to chair agenda item 7.1.1.
I've done the other two. I'll put my name forward unless anyone else wants to do it.
So Councillor Falconer has moved that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby appoints Councillor Falconer to chair agenda item 7.1.1. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Okay, and Councillor Van Hindersum seconds that. So I'll call the vote. So Councillor Palmer,
Okay,
Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sipe,
Yes.
Councillor Falconer,
Yes.
Councillor Heffer,
Yes.
Councillor Van Hindersum,
Yes.
and Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0. So Councillor Falconer, if you want to assume the chair.
Hey, thank you. This is Clerk's Department application PL 2022-07, the application for the official plan amendment, the OPA 15, a zoning bylaw amendment, Z0721. It is location is lot 267 to, or excuse me, 367 to 370, registered plan 140, Wingham Ward, Township of North Huron, 166 John Street, Wingham. The applicant and owner is BM Ross and Associates, and co-owner Kelly Vader, and the Township of North Huron. At this point, I'd set it over to the county for their presentation.
Thank you, Chair. I will just share my presentation. So as noted, this is a return of the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application for subject lands at 166 John Street West, shown here on the image, as well as on the site plan. Council will recall that there was a public meeting for these files held December 20th, and then a further update was provided at the last regular council meeting. So just to, the following just shows some site photos of the subject land. So as shown, the property is currently vacant. It previously was used for a seasonal recreational campground, as council will be aware of. In terms of the proposed development, the following shows a concept plan provided by the applicants. Just to reiterate for council as well as those else on the meeting, the purpose, the proposed development. So this is for a 73-unit apartment building. The height of the structure is proposed as 5 stories as per the definition in the North Huron zoning bylaw. The building is located on mixed grade. There are 90 parking spaces proposed. And the northwest portion of the site is proposed to remain as landscaped open space. As well, this area here, approximately here, is proposed to be used as as a portion of the Wingham Community Trail will be proposed there, and to extend and connect with the existing parts of the trail. There is amenity space located on the site for the tenants, just located right here. And the proposal also includes site buffering on the periphery of the subject lands. The following just shows, again, elevations of the proposed development that were previously seen in previous reports. This shows the property from an exterior elevation from the eastern view. As mentioned prior, the eastern view of the building does provide for the appearance of 4 stories versus 5 stories, depending on whether you're looking at it from the east or the western view, so as shown by the southern elevation here. In terms of the proposed official plan amendment, so this is one of the applications being considered this evening. The effect of this is a designation change from the current existing parks and open space designation, which reflected the former seasonal campground use, to a designation change to residential. In terms of the zoning bylaw amendment, just to reiterate the purpose of this, this is an amendment to the North Huron zoning bylaw amendment. This includes a zone change from urban natural environment and open space, the existing special zone, which is OS-3, and the proposed rezoning to a residential high density special zone R3-8. In terms of the specific requested provisions by the applicant for the zoning bylaw amendment, they would like to so again, just for council's understanding, these requested special provisions are from the otherwise general provisions that would be within the R3 zone, which includes general provisions for apartment buildings. So of that, an increased permitted maximum height to 5 stories from 3 stories, a decrease in the parking space requirements from 1.5 space per dwelling to 1.2 space per dwelling, for a total of just over 90 spaces. So council should be aware that this was a revision to the bylaw as previously circulated, which was previously 1 space. So this 1.2 space ratio better reflects the ratio of the actual parking spaces to the units, which is 1.23, and that was rounded down to 1.2. And then also to permit that the buildings be located closer than 30 meters to the top of the bank of the watercourse, which is the Maitland River. They have a proposed setback of 24 meters in this case. And again, that is a general provision in the bylaw. In terms of the building height, I just wanted to include a slide on this, just because this was something that I commonly got questions from people on. So again, as I previously mentioned, the proposed apartment building is located on a mixed grade, with the ground level being partially located before ground on the eastern side. Building height is measured from grade. At a maximum, the building height does have a height of approximately 18.7 meters. So that would be on the western profile view measured from grade upwards. The zoning bylaw does provide very specific definitions for a story, and that is defined as it has a ceiling of at least 1.8 meters above the average grade. So in this case, the ceiling height of the ground floor did have a ceiling height that was on average 2 meters above average grade, and as such, as it exceeded the 1.8 meter average requirement by 0.2 meters, it is considered an additional story. But with that, just to provide a clear understanding of the proposal, as a result of the mixed grade, the applicants, in terms of their interior concept plans at this time, have only have proposed a reduced amount of units on the ground level of 9 units versus the other stories. So stories 2 through 5 have 16 units in them. And again, that's because of the mixed grade. So just making sure that that context is being considered. In terms of supporting studies, my previous presentation did touch on these. My report does provide further depth in the findings of these studies and their policy connections. So an archaeology study was completed, concluding that the lands were free of archaeology resources. An environmental site assessment was also completed due to the potential presence of contaminating historical activities on the property. A phase 3 ESA has been completed to remediate the site with the conclusion that the site is suitable for residential use with respect to the soil on the property. An environmental impact study was also completed. This examined the impact of the proposed development on the terrestrial and aquatic natural environment features on the property. The county biologist has reviewed the EIS and is satisfied that the proposed development will not result in negative impacts on the natural features. And again, a lot of the implementation of these recommendations will be addressed at time of site plan control, such as tree planting and certain buffers to natural spaces, including the community trail. Functional servicing brief was also completed, which confirmed that there was sufficient water and sewage capacities to support this development. In addition, the applicants did complete an urban design brief, which was included as an attachment to my report package. This generally described the design of the exterior of building and site. The North Huron official plan does have urban design policies that generally speak to complementing the surrounding neighborhood character, contributing to an active streetscape and overall site buffering. As per the urban design brief prepared by the applicants, the building design does seek to incorporate similar building materials in the surrounding area. The proposal provides for a mixture of building facade materials, which does help to reduce the visual impact of the building, as well as the site does have buffering and separation between the existing residential uses in terms of landscaping design, as well as the side yard setbacks. A shadow study was also additionally provided by the applicants, just in response to some of the initial comments received from members of the public. In terms of this was also included in the package in terms of the developer response to comments as an attachment. This has the results of this concluded that the most impacted properties would be impacted for no more than 2 hours during summer and fall equinox, which has been considered to be minimal impact on neighboring properties with respect to shade, but there is some impact. In terms of agency comments, township staff at this time have indicated no concerns and will be heavily involved in the eventual site plan control review. Maitland Valley Conservation Authority have indicated no concern. Their expertise was relied in this instance in terms of evaluating the appropriateness of the development, and in particular, the setback to the Maitland River, which they have indicated that they have no concerns with at this time. The Huron County biologist has also provided no concerns, and they did conduct a review of the environmental impact study that was completed by the applicant's consultant, and they will be involved in implementing those recommendations at time of site plan. Huron County Public Works have also indicated no concerns. As previously mentioned in my presentation, there was concern raised by the municipality of Morris Turnberry just about a traffic impact brief. And this was addressed in my previous presentation, and I have since, I spoke with the township engineer previously during the consultation on this project, and then further in response to public comments, and the township engineer still maintains that he is not of the opinion that a traffic impact brief would be triggered in this case, because that would primarily look at whether additional turning lanes, road widenings, or traffic lights will be warranted in this case. So because of what the purpose of the traffic impact brief is, they have advised that that is not something that necessarily would be required in with the scale of this type of development. However, I will note that the development will increase traffic in the area because it is bringing additional residents, but the traffic impact brief might not necessarily provide the findings to address those types of concerns. In terms of public comments, so council was provided with the package of all written comments that were received by the time of this report and presentation submission last week. So those are included for council's consideration, as they were included on previous agendas depending on when they were received, as well as council did receive oral comments received at the December 20th public meeting. My report does provide a summary of prevailing public comments. However, my report also does encourage that council review those comments just to have a full comprehensive review of all the concerns raised. And in addition, these comments were shared with the developer, and they were able to provide responses to some of the written comments. What I will say with some of the comments is there are certainly still outstanding concerns, as we have seen from the more recent letters, as well as the oral comments received at the beginning of this meeting. So there are still certainly some comments of concerns, but some of these comments have been able to be demonstrated how they've been at least considered, but there are still outstanding comments. So council should make note of that. These comments that are perhaps the most prevailing or concerning are regarding the density, whether the site is appropriate for this type of development, concerns with the size of the building, most notably the height, impacts on parking and traffic on the surrounding neighborhood, and then also concerns with the potential loss of green space. So apologies, those comments are further summarized in my report, and there are some comments made to address those, but again, council should note there are still some prevailing concerns in this case. In terms of the planning review, so just to clarify, the role of my report is primarily to provide a technical recommendation based on relevant planning policy and documents. However, council is still encouraged to consider comments made by the public, as well as the developer, to understand the full perspective. But in terms of official plan amendments, they are required to be consistent with the provincial policy statement and conform to the County of Huron official plans. For zoning bylaw amendments, they are required to be consistent with the provincial policy statement and the county official plan and the Township of Huron, Township of North Huron official plan. So as such, my report and evaluation has considered these documents. In addition, consideration was also given to the guidelines provided in the Huron County Residential Intensification Guidelines, which were previously adopted locally, and they provide some general guidance of good urban design to ensure intensification policies integrate well into established neighborhoods. In terms of the planning review, of course, my report does go into further detail, but just in terms of the high level important policy points across, again, the provincial policy statement, the county official plan, and the North Huron official plan is firstly speaking to where growth should be allocated in development. So all three of those policy documents encourage that development be directed towards primary settlement areas. Wingham is identified as a primary settlement area in the Huron County official plan, as it does have full municipal services and it has access to a variety of social and community services. This location also provides for the opportunity to efficiently use existing municipal services, as it is abutting existing streets, and there is water and sewage available in the surrounding area. As corresponding with the official plan amendment, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment more specifically requests for the specific type of residential development is high density. So as such, there is discussion about the intensification and infilling policies within those three policy documents. Certainly, primary settlement areas are encouraged to intensify and encourage infilling development. The North Huron official plan provides means to provide for more affordable housing. There are a variety of different ways to do that. One of those being the encouragement of a range of housing types, ownership and rental structures, as well as encouraging redevelopment and intensification and directing housing to primary settlement areas. This project does reflect those goals in those policy documents. In terms of density and site buffering, the county official plan does provide means to accommodate to this changing housing market, including increasing density, allowing infill development at a higher density than the surrounding neighborhood. The North Huron official plan specifically establishes a maximum density of 75 units per hectare for high density development. The proposal, which includes 73 units on 1.1 hectares, conforms with this policy. My report also discusses the compatibility of the design and most notably the building height. So the zoning bylaw amendment does include a request for an increased height of 5 stories. However, as previously mentioned, there are some nuances to this height. The North Huron official plan provides for direction for high density residential development for low rise apartment dwellings, generally in the range of 4 stories in height. As aforementioned, the proposed building being located on mixed grade with a variable building height, with the ground level being partially located below grade, I am of the opinion that it meets this policy. Furthermore, as elaborated upon in the urban design brief provided by the applicant, and in the North Huron official plan, it directs to the use of buffering, screening, and landscaping for high density development to facilitate compatibility and allow for a transition between low density residential development. This has been demonstrated by the applicants as they have larger than required setbacks otherwise in the bylaw. They will provide site fencing or planting strips as a requirement of the zoning bylaw to be implemented at time of site plan control. Furthermore, a buffered area is anticipated between the community trail and the apartment building. And in specific, this is something that is identified in the environmental impact statement, just to provide a little bit of green space buffer area between the building and the trail, and it is expected that that would be implemented. The proposal provides for a balance of green space on the property. The proposal contains a landscaped open space of about 50%, which exceeds the otherwise 35% minimum requirement in the general R3 zone. In terms of the parking, the applicants, as mentioned before, did request a reduction in parking per dwelling unit, which has since been reflected to be 1.2 spaces to reflect the 90 spaces provided per 73 units. The subject lands are located in proximity to amenities and community services, part of a primary settlement area, especially when you compare this with other more rural areas in the county, including a walking distance within the downtown Main Street. The lands are also in proximity to a community trail. Given the policy direction, the PPS county official plan to encourage intensification and active transportation, the reduction in parking is considered to follow this general policy direction. The last piece that was also discussed in my report is the proximity to natural features and natural hazards. And as mentioned before, the property is in proximity to the Maitland River. And generally in this case, we would rely on the expertise of MVCA to provide some direction whether that is appropriate. They have provided written comments at this time that they have no concerns. With respect to the natural features, there was an environmental impact study that was completed. As a result of that, there will be some trees on the property that may need to be removed in order to facilitate the development, but it is anticipated that they would replant that elsewhere on the property. And this also provides an opportunity so that only native species would be planted on the property and remove possible non-native species. So in terms of the recommendation, just given, again, that my evaluation took into consideration the provincial policy statement, the county official plan, and the North Huron official plan, it is my opinion that provided that the official plan amendment is consistent with those 3 documents, and that provided the accompanying official plan is approved, the zoning bylaw amendment will also conform to the county North Huron OPs and be consistent with the PPS. As such, it is my recommendation that the official plan amendment OPA 15 be adopted and forwarded to the County of Huron for approval. I do elaborate on this process in my next slide, and that the zoning bylaw amendment be approved subject to a recommended revision to increase the parking ratio to 1.2 spaces per dwelling unit. Again, this would better reflect the proposal, as the bylaw was previously circulated with 1 space per dwelling unit. And again, just a reminder to council that depending on the decision that they make, they will need to indicate by resolution the effect of public and agency comments on the decision with respect to the zoning bylaw amendment. And there is an additional motion required should council wish to revise the zoning bylaw amendment as recommended, just to have that minor change from 1 parking space to 1.2 as follows. And the effect of this is indicating that as per the change, no further notice of the change is required under the Planning Act for this. However, it's important for council to note that for those that did provide comment or request that they be made notice of this decision, will still get that decision. This is just speaking to an additional notice. In terms of next step, again, there is a recommendation before council tonight, so it would be up to them whether they feel that they are in a position to make a decision and which decision that would be. However, if they do wish to approve the zoning bylaw amendment and adopt the official plan amendment, in terms of next steps, since official plan amendments are approved at the county level, so local council has the ability to provide essentially a recommendation to Huron County Council, and that would be either to adopt or refuse the official plan amendment. That will then be taken on to Huron County Council, and they will receive a similar report and presentation to this, including the public comments as well as the decision of local council. But the zoning bylaw amendment is reliant on the official plan amendment being implemented as well. So in terms of process, the zoning bylaw amendment, should council wish to pass it, can receive a first and second reading this evening, but a third and final reading should wait until the official plan amendment receives a county decision. So that bylaw will be brought back at a later meeting. And the benefit of this is it allows for both files to go through their appeal periods concurrently, which makes things a little bit easier to follow for members of the public. For both the zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment, there is an opportunity for public agencies and others, as per the Planning Act, to appeal the decision. Again, this says local planning appeal tribunal. However, apologies, that is outdated. It is now called the Ontario Land Tribunal, but just a reminder that that process does exist. And then the following just provides a chart which we can certainly return to with respect to the zoning bylaw amendment. But I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have.
All right, thank you for that report, Hannah. I'd like to open it up to any comments or questions from the council. Okay, go to Councillor Palmer first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Get this ball rolling here. Section 6.4.3.1.5.3 of our official plan says that density levels should be in harmony, should harmonize with in height and in character and scale with the surrounding community. This doesn't. 5-story does not. Sorry, 5-story, 3-story. Like, we can go 3-story because that's in our official plan. I don't think there'd be any or fewer complaints about that. But a 5-story doesn't fit with the houses that are just right there, and putting up a fence and planting some shrubs doesn't make it any nicer. Parking is going to be a problem. There'll be a lot of free parking going to the Legion, and they're concerned about that. And was there a needs assessment done? Like, can we say that this thing passed and be 73 units of one type of housing, rent? Can it be, do we know for a fact that it could be filled, or is it just going to be, well, you've probably heard it already, Hannah, a white elephant? So that's a concern. I'd like you to answer that about the needs assessment when I'm finished, if you wouldn't mind. And I didn't feel like, with the number of complainants, and they're allowed their voice. Like, we know, we've seen it before, where one person complaining can severely affect a severance or, just a simple thing like that. So here we have a multitude of well-founded complaints, and there just wasn't enough movement in my mind or in theirs, and by the developer, and I think that's an issue. And at the time, because there wasn't enough movement with the developers, like I have a lot of trouble with this. But again, I want to give them something, some bait, not bait. I want to give them some joy that there's a possibility to move forward, and that would be a 3-story, and nobody would complain. And you know what? I would even think, because of the topography, a 4-story would go. So if we move that way, so it's 4-story against the river and 3-story against the Legion, where most of these houses are facing, and then it would probably look appropriate. But anyhow, 3-story. I'm all for development. We all are. We want to increase our taxable units, our tax base, and but I'm not going to play the high numbers game. I just don't feel it's the right thing to do, and there's a high social cost. I'm almost done, Chairman. There's a high social cost to pay, and I'm very concerned about that. Okay, thank you.
All right, you had a question. I'm not sure if you want it answered, Mr. Palmer.
Yes, I would, because I think it's very important. A needs assessment, needs analysis. I don't know what you want to call it.
Okay, thank you. The needs might push this one to either Carson or Dwayne there. The needs assessment would have been done prior to the town moving forward with relocating the surplus of the land, would it not? I'm just looking for direction here, whether that's a question for Hannah or whether that's a question for staff.
Sure. Thank you through your chair. I can answer that, and then of course if township staff has anything to add, and I do know the developer is also on the line, so they might also have a perspective. Typically we wouldn't, a development of this scale, we typically wouldn't require a needs assessment to evaluate if there is a market-based need for this. So that is something that was not requested as part of the development. So there's not necessarily empirical data specific to this development. However, we do know that there is a housing crisis in the county. There is a dire need for housing, and in particular, rental is definitely something that we know that is needed high level at a county level. And in particular, Huron County Economic Development has done a number of surveys which have identified that is something desired by residents. But other than that, specific to this development, there was an analysis was not prepared for this, and that wouldn't be something we would typically require of something of this scale. So others are township staff, if they have any other further comments, can also provide those.
Okay, I'm not hearing it.
Oh, I can chime in just from the applicant side of it. For us, when we kind of set out on this, we did talk to 2 different financial institutions for financial backing, and both of them started down the path of a feasibility study or market study, and pretty much as soon as they kind of got the ball rolling, quickly were able to dismiss it as not necessary.
Okay, thank you, Brock. I had Councillor Heffer was next, and then I'll go to Van Henderson second.
I would like to say, when I was campaigning 3+ years ago, concerns came up about the campground property. Maybe people saying maybe it has served its purpose. It was since it came in the 1970s. When it was put up for surplus land, it was unanimous by council. We all knew that we needed housing. I thank the developers for showing interest in the property. county came and showed it could be put in either into plexus, townhouses, or an apartment. Mr. Hodges and Mr. Yeoman came with drawings of a 3-floor apartment building. It looked awesome. And I see that 3 floors would show 41 apartments. Now proposing a 5-floor apartment. After hearing the concerns from the public, and I know Hannah's been working at this for the past, I'd say probably 7 weeks, trying to find a compromise with the developer and the neighbors. And after reading the results that came out of this, I can accept the official plan, open space going to residential. I cannot accept the zoning bylaw change from 5-story to 3-story, from 3-story. I can't accept that, going to a 5-story from a 3-story. That is how I will be voting, realizing keeping the 3-story will solve many, many of the issues. I thank you for your time.
All right, forgot myself. I'm not usually on mute. I'd like to go over to Councillor Van Henderson. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Falconer. I think we as councillors all have taken those concerns really, really seriously. And but as councillors, we also have to look at the whole municipality, at our economic benefit, at the housing that is available right now. Right now in North Huron, there are just 2 houses for sale, and they are way, way above everybody's budget. Huron County is a county that people are willing to live with. There are quaint towns and villages. It's beautiful. There's beautiful trails. There's a fantastic coastline. There's an availability of a hospital. There's the opportunity of a well-balanced life. The concerns I hear from those 8 residents that are not 8 residents, 8 residences, the families, 8 families, are mostly about the building. And the building is maybe you like it, maybe you don't like it. It's not up to us to like it or not like it. They have done their design, and that is where they're going forward with. They have done their financials, and apparently the banks or the people who provide them with money for this are happy with it and think that it's a good plan. I was thinking more of the 73 people that are going to live in that. We are looking for people who shop at local stores. We are all, like I mentioned before, the BIAs, the Economic Development Committee, the churches, the service clubs. They're all looking for volunteers, for people to help them. The doctors looking to work in our hospital don't have housing. They're living in a rental from the hospital right now. That's not good. If we want to keep our community vital, we have to look at the whole municipality and at the opportunities this will bring us. And there is a big challenge of doing business in Huron County right now is the availability of adequate housing. And yeah, I understand the concerns people have, but there are a lot of people who have different concerns, and the economic benefit and the tax benefit for the municipality might be bigger than the concerns of the people who live there right now. It's not that I don't understand them. I totally understand them. It is different. It's threatening, but hopefully you can look over that and look at maybe your family is going to live there, or maybe your nurses that are going to look after you if you're not feeling well are going to live there. Thank you. That's my part of the story.
Thank you, Councillor Van Hussen. Anyone else? Okay, over to Councillor Rick McBurney.
Yes, through you, Chair Faulkner. In regards to my vote is I support what Councillor Heffer says, and my main concern is I feel it is important to listen to the people to this point. We're still putting on a building. 3-story would be my preference. They will still be losing their green space, but at least there's still housing going on. We're still going forward. Anyway, that's my comment. I will not vote for the change.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to personally make a comment since we're still in that part of the discussion. I think the argument for or the problems that people perceive that would go away with 55 people in a building versus 75 people in a building, that to me, I don't see the thought process in that. Whether you have a building that holds this many or holds that many, you're going to have the same problems. The exact same discussions about what people think that they'll be losing by the building being an extra story higher. Footprint's the same. The parking lot's going to be the same size. So I don't myself, I don't agree with those comments. And as far as the changing the bylaws and zoning bylaws, we've done it tonight. We just okayed a parking deviation on an earlier project. So it's not that we don't do these changes. And we're making these changes because the property itself had no bylaws on it for building before because it wasn't residential. We're moving it to a residential designation, and that needs the zoning bylaws. So we do these all the time, but you vote in your own conscience. I would just last thing I'd like to say that by moving this towards Huron County, by no means stops or prevents anyone from having any further discussion as to the acceptance of this. They have that possibility that going forward with Huron County, they can take their request to Huron County. I don't know, and I haven't heard, maybe Mr. Hodgins can chime in here, that if it's not the 5-story building that they're building now, will they abandon the project? That's right. If it's not feasible to them, they won't build it, and we won't get any housing, and we're right back to where we started from. So I'll stop at that. Maybe Mr. Hodgins can answer that for me.
Yeah, I can chime in on that. As of now, all the financial viability has kind of been circling around the fact that it checks out at 5 stories and kind of with that, amount of tenants in the building. So if we are to relook at it, we just might have to take a little finer look at the finances and kind of project management and where else we could save money to make it financially viable. But I'd say at a 3-story, it definitely wouldn't work out, but 4 is possible.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, that's all the councillors that are able to vote. We have several motions before us that we need to go through to push this project to a conclusion. The first motion here is that the Council of Township of North Huron hereby adopts the official plan amendment 15 as it applies to lot 367 and 370, registered plan 410, Wingham Ward, Township of North Huron, 166 John Street, West, Wingham. And further, the applicant be forward to Huron County for approval. Okay. Do I have someone make that motion? I have Anita Van Hesmet making that motion. I will second that motion. We'll put that to a vote. Carson?
Thank you, Chair Falconer. So again, this is a motion just in regards to the official plan amendment, and we will deal with the zoning bylaw amendment separately after this motion. So now I'll call the vote.
No, before that, Carson,
Yep, go ahead.
This is not super clear. I'm not going to vote for something that I'm not 100% sure about. So I think this has to be spelled out better. I'm not asking for deferral or anything like that. I'm just saying I want you to explain it 100%, and then the next motion and the next motion. I don't want to vote and make a mistake, right? You get me?
Yep,
So
for sure.
please make it super clear, or you're not going to get good results.
For sure. So we can certainly break it down here. So the first two motions are tied to your official plan amendment, right? So basically this official plan amendment is proposing to amend the North Huron official plan to change the designation on the subject lands from parks and open space to residential development, or to residential. And then your second motion tied to that is the effect of public comments on decision, right? So that's your recommendation from the chart. So that's your first one, and that deals solely with the official plan amendment. If council adopts the official plan amendment, as Hannah indicated, then it goes to county council for approvals. And then, so your third and fourth draft motions there deal with your zoning bylaw amendment. And so basically, anything like we're hearing some councilor concerns related to height, that would be tied to your zoning bylaw, not your official plan. And right, so that is. And Hannah, if I miss anything with the zoning bylaw, feel free to jump in here. But the zoning bylaw amendment proposed would change the existing zoning from urban natural environment and open space special zone 3 to residential high density special zone 8. Basically that would permit, the way the text currently reads, would permit basically your parking to be 1.2 as well as your number of stories to be 5. And Hannah, feel free if I missed anything there to jump in. And then the fourth motion ties to your zoning bylaw amendment. And again, that's your effective public comments on the decision as it relates to your zoning bylaw amendment.
The developer is all through this. You see, that's the confusing part. Really, we should have just dealt with, like I accept the first one, obviously. We want to change it to residential. That should be, these things should be more separate than they are. I even have a hard time following them in the list here.
Well, it's because, and if I can, it's because it was a joint application, Councillor Palmer. So the way planning fees are set out, right? So you can basically do a joint application for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment at the same time, which, as you will recall, on December 20th, which is why we had a joint public meeting for both the official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment. You're still treating them both separately, and you're still voting on them completely separately. You're voting on the official plan amendment first for the merits of what Hannah's presented in regards to the official plan amendment number 15. And then after that, you're voting on the zoning bylaw amendment based on the merits of how it's presented. For zoning bylaw amendment, I believe the file number is Z0721.
And that's the one that includes the development. When does the development get? Mr. Chairman, don't just sit back thinking like, am I a dummy or something? I want this clear. And I'm sure there's
Comprehension is not the
others.
problem of them.
Pardon? Maybe you should explain it to me then. You see what I mean?
I'm not quite clear what your question is. The development itself is still going to be subject to site plan approval, if that's your question, right? Your zoning is approving your amendments flushed out for the zoning to the property. But you're not improving the development in its entirety, right? It's still subject to site plan control. And so the site plan application would still come back to council, which of course, what that site plan application looks like is going to be contingent on how you zone the property and what the official plan designation is on the property.
That in my mind, it shouldn't have even been mentioned through this. Am I the only one out there?
You have a vote.
Yeah, but I want everybody to be clear. In fact, everyone else is clear as
I would like
clear
you
as
to
mud.
I like would you to be clear on all this before you vote.
Yeah, thank you, but I'm partly clear. You got another question?
No, I'm clear.
I'm clear, just, just the way Carson was doing it there. We just go through it slowly. I appreciate that very much.
So if council requires any other direction, I guess speak up now. If not, again, we'll deal with the official plan amendment first, then the effective public comments on the decision council made in regard to the official plan amendment. Then we will deal with the zoning bylaw amendment, and then we will deal with the effective public comments on the zoning bylaw amendment. And then your last motion there is in regards to, as Hannah noted, there's a recommended revision to the bylaw for the parking spaces to be, instead of 1 as originally circulated, to require 1.2 spaces. And so that is basically, as council has seen before, whenever changes are made to the bylaw after the public meeting, that's the motion you're required to pass under the Planning Act, so that another public meeting is not required again. So I will deal with the official plan amendment motion as recommended by the planner first. So again, the motion reads that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby adopts official plan amendment 15 as it applies to lots 367 to 370, registered plan 410, Wingham Ward, Township of North Huron, 166 John Street West, Wingham, and further that the application be forwarded to the County of Huron for approval. So I will now call the vote for that. So Councillor McBurney?
Yes.
Councillor Falconer?
Yes.
Councillor Heffer?
Yes.
Councillor Van Hittersum? Oh, I don't know if I got a mover and a seconder for that. Actually, my apologies.
Oh, at first it was I moved it and then Councillor Van Hittersum seconded it, or the other way around. I know I moved it.
Okay. Yep. So thank you for that. So I have Councillor Falconer as a mover and Councillor Van Hittersum as a seconder, and so I have the only remaining one left is Councillor Palmer for a vote here.
Okay. Yes.
So that motion carries 5-0. So your next motion is the effect of public comments on decision. So I guess at this point I will look to Hannah for her recommendation.
All right, thank you, Carson. I'll just bring that chart back up. In terms of effect of public and agency comments, again, this is specific to the official plan amendment only. It is recommended that option A5 be selected. That concerns were received from members of the public on the issue of the loss of green space, density, traffic and parking, proximity to community facilities, and environmental impacts, among other issues raised. Comments were thoroughly considered, but did not affect the decision of council to approve this application. And that with respect to agencies, that option B3, and in combination, again, because there was one concern that was raised in combination with option B6, be selected, that agency comments were received in support of the application, the effect of which resulted in a decision to approve the application with the exception of a comment raised regarding a traffic study. These comments were considered but did not influence the decision of council to approve the application.
So what was that last one again, Hannah? With B what? B?
Yes, sorry. So that was B3 in comment with
B3.
B6 because there was variable agency comments received.
Okay, thank you. I'll make that motion. And I got Nita Van Hittersum seconding. Over to you, Carson.
Thank you, Chair Falconer. So again, your motion on the floor is that for official plan amendment 15, as it applies to lots 367 and 370, registered plan 410, Wingham Ward, Township of North Huron, 166 John Street West, Wingham. Concerns were raised from members of the public on the issues of loss of parkland, density, traffic and parking, proximity to community facilities, and environmental impacts, among other issues raised. Comments were thoroughly considered, but the effect did not influence the decision of council to approve this application. And further, that agency comments were received in support of the application, the effect of which resulted in a decision to approve the application, with the exception of a comment raised regarding a traffic study. These comments were considered, but did not influence the decision of council to approve the application. So, Councillor Falconer?
Yes.
Councillor Heffer?
Yes.
Councillor Van Hittersum?
Yes.
Councillor Palmer?
Yes.
And Councillor McBurney.
Yes.
So that motion carries 5-0. So your next motion is in regard to the zoning bylaw amendment. And if I may, I just want to make sure that the draft motion aligns with the planner's recommendation. So basically that motion would read that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby approves the zoning bylaw amendment file Z0721 as it applies to lots 367 and 370, registered plan 410, Wingham Ward, Township of North Huron, 166 John Street West, subject to the recommended revision to increase the parking ratio to 1.2 spaces per dwelling unit.
I'll make that motion.
I can second that.
Question?
Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So this one is agreeing with the zone change, just to residential? Or when are we getting into the high residential?
Yeah. I can answer that.
Go ahead, Hannah, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, I can answer that. So this one includes all the proposed provisions in the zoning bylaw amendment to be considered all as one. I'm just going to reshare my presentation if you just give me a moment, and then I will bring up what the effect of that is, just to make sure that we're all clear. Okay, so there's a couple things going on with the zoning bylaw amendment. My proposed recommendation is it's essentially saying I'm recommending that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment as applied for, with the exception that the parking ratio should change from 1 space to 1.2 space. So that's me saying it is recommended that it be 5 stories. It is recommended that the setback to the river be reduced from 30 meters. And it's also saying that it change from the existing urban, natural, and open space zone to the residential high density zone. So that's what that motion that was on the floor, that's what the effect of that is doing. So just to reiterate, this provides a summary here. Again, the first thing that it's seeking to do is changing the rezoning to residential high density. So that'll specify that an apartment is a permitted use. Within that, there are 3 other additional special provisions. One of those being increasing the permitted maximum height from 5 stories to 3 stories, that the parking ratio be 1.2 spaces per dwelling unit, and that the buildings may be located 30 meters from the top of the bank of the watercourse. So those are the 4 effects of the zoning bylaw amendment that's on the floor right now. So is that clear, or are there any further questions? I just
so it means it's giving the rights to go to 5-story.
Correct. Yes. Just to make that clear.
Yep. Yeah, I see that.
Hannah, I have a question. By turning this amendment down, does that then also turn down the R3 designation so that they can't build a 3-story one as well?
So in that case, the motion would be defeated, and then it's likely that Carson, of course, can jump in on procedure. It would probably be expected that council would put forth another motion, and in that case, it would be helpful if council would be specific about what they would hope to achieve. If there is a desire for an apartment building, then the R3 zone should be adopted as kind of the first step. And then council can provide more specific direction to what the story height that they want, because that does seem to be the main point of debate. So
And
is that
so
clear? Carson, you can jump in.
that's
Yeah.
correct. So basically, if this motion was defeated, council would still need to provide direction on what you want to do in regards to the zoning bylaw amendment application. So we would require a new motion following that.
All right, I'll make the motion.
Yeah, so I have yourself, Councillor Falconer, as the mover, and Councillor Van Henderson as the seconder. So again, the motion on the floor is that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby approves the zoning bylaw amendment file Z0721 as it applies to lots 367 and to 370, registered plan 410, Wingham Ward, Township of North Huron, 166 John Street West, Wingham, subject to the recommended revision to increase the parking ratio to 1.2 spaces per dwelling unit. So I'll now call the vote. So Councillor Heffer?
No.
Councillor Van Henderson?
Yes.
Councillor Palmer?
No.
Councillor McBurney?
No.
Can you just repeat that, Councillor McBurney?
No.
Councillor Falconer?
Yes.
So that motion is defeated 3-2. So as the planner indicated there, I will now be looking for direction on this zoning bylaw amendment. So again, it is amending a few different things. If there's one thing in particular that you would like to see different, then I can certainly craft a motion based on that feedback.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'd like to make a motion. Everything that you had listed, Hannah, but only we remain at our 3-story limit.
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead, Anita.
Yes, I have a question for Hannah, if I may. If we say we want to go to 3 stories, does this affect our whole township? So if there is if the hospital needs to build higher, or if there is somebody wanting to build like a building in Goderich, a nursing home or a retirement home or something like that, or a student flat, whatever, are we still limited to the 3 stories now? Or if we vote for this, or do we need another amendment again if people wanted to build a little bit higher?
Right. Yes. Through the chair, Councillor. So this zoning bylaw amendment has been applied for to be site specific to this property. So it's not necessarily changing any other zoning on other properties or the general provisions that would impact other properties. So it would just be specific to this property. It's worth noting, so right now apartment buildings are permitted in the R3 zone as a right, up to a maximum of 3 stories by default. So essentially what council's doing in this case is they're saying, okay, we perhaps don't want to be in support of 5 stories. So as a result, we're going to remove that provision. And then as a result of that, they would be, have a building to 3 stories. So it wouldn't necessarily, and other uses such as a hospital, they would probably be in a different type of zone and they would have different types of provisions in terms of building height. So this is a site-specific amendment to this property.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think it's over to you, Carson.
Yep, so I have Councillor Palmer as a mover, and I'll still need a seconder, but here's what I have drafted here. And so Councillor Palmer, please let me know if this is what you're looking for. But basically the draft motion would be that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby approves the zoning bylaw amendment file Z0721 as it applies to lots 367 to 370, registered plan 410, Wingham Ward, Township of North Huron, 166 John Street West, Wingham, subject to the recommended revision to increase the parking ratio to 1.2 spaces per dwelling unit, and the recommended revision to remove the revision permitting the maximum height of the apartment dwelling to be more than 3 stories. So as basically Hannah alluded to there, that basically what that is saying, that it would allow for 1.2 spaces per dwelling unit, similar to as discussed before. And then it would also remove the authority for anything to be built beyond 3 stories, because you're removing that text from the zoning bylaw amendment.
Can I ask a question regarding it before it's moved?
Just a second there. I had.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, for this 3-story, does this count right now, or it's defeated? The building was 5-story, but it looked like 4-story. If it's 3-story, or is it 4-story and it looks like 3-story, is it then still approved or not?
Yes, so
Or
through
allowed?
yes, yep. So through the chair, what's defined as a story is defined in the existing North Huron zoning bylaw. In terms of what's a story, they have to have a minimum distance between the average grade and the ceiling of 1.8 meters. Their ground story right now has 2 meters. So as a result of that, that bottom story technically, by way of having a higher height by 20 centimeters, is technically considered an additional story under the zoning bylaw. So the effect of moving forward with 3 stories would limit them to having the ground floor story with the mixed grade, which given their drawings for their interior building, and again, I know Brock is on the line, he can correct me if I'm wrong, they have 9 proposed units on the ground floor. The second story has 16 units, and then the third floor has 16 units. So that would be what would be them, that with the 3 stories, they would be permitted to build that. If council has a desire that they build a structure that is technically, yes, 4 stories under the definition of the zoning bylaw, but again, gives the appearance from the eastern view of the 3 stories, and then the other view has the appearance of 4 stories, has 9 units on the ground level, and then the remaining 3 stories would have 16 units each, then council should provide direction of 4 stories. And if there's concern about that 4 stories might give way to height that they're not comfortable with, they can provide some more specifications that would be based on the elevations as provided. So does that answer your question, or I'm hoping that didn't get things further? Okay, thank you.
Yes, no, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I guess I was just going to chime in to say, technically, we could just revise the grade to allow us to still do the 4-story with the split grade. So it would still have the appearance of 3 from the eastern side. But yeah, we would like it to be, reconsidered that maybe 4-story would be passed, just to make that easier without having to redo.
I have a question, Hannah.
Yes.
Yeah. With the changes that we're making here to change the permitted story height, would the applicant then have to go back and submit new drawings and have to go through the process again of a site plan with a new building, or are they just allowed to chop some off and still have the same? That's a lot of expense to go through the engineering of buildings, to go through the process, basically starting all over again.
Yes, so if they wouldn't, so if council provides direction that they're permitted to a certain amount of stories, whatever council decides, then the zoning bylaw amendment would go through that, provided there's no appeals, that would be what would be in effect. So it would be expected that their subsequent site plan application, the drawings would be revised to permit or to reflect what is permitted in that zone. So there would be, again, I don't know to the extent of what their drawings would need to change for, but there would be some reworking that would need to happen, especially with the elevation drawings, I think would probably be the biggest thing that would change. But of course, I know Brock is also on the line. He can also provide some insight on how that would impact their existing drawings.
Yeah, essentially we just have to go back to the engineer and get it be advised to adjust the average grade, because we would definitely still want to try to build the building with 4 floors. Just we would have to get it designed in a way so that that bottom floor wouldn't actually be stored.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Paul.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This will be to Brock, through you to Brock. Could you make the 4-story, like do some bulldozing and make it look like exactly like a 3-story would look like facing the east?
Well, yeah, like if we make the adjustment, just take off 1 story, right away it looks like a 3-story from the eastern side.
Well, 3.5 if you're looking at the figures.
No, that's correct.
Yeah. Like, I'm happy, and I think a lot of us would be happy, you know, with some compromising. That's the only way to do business, really. I wish I knew other people's feelings, you know, about going 3 or 4. Can I get some opinions? Can we have some discussion on that?
I guess what I recommend, so you have a move, you've moved a motion for 3 here, I guess.
Yeah, but no seconder, no
Right.
seconder.
Exactly. So if there's no seconder, I guess that would dictate people's opinions on it. And then, like, I guess to keep the process moving along here, you put it to a vote. If that's defeated, then we look for another direction. If that's 4 stories, right? Or if there's no seconder, right? Then again, you'd look for another motion, right? It's
Was a seconder asked for?
not yet. So
Not yet.
yeah, so the motion on the floor is that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby approves the zoning bylaw amendment file Z0721 as it applies to lots 367 to 370, registered plan 410, Wingham Ward, Township of North Huron, 166 John Street West, Wingham, subject to the recommended revision to increase the parking ratio to 1.2 spaces per dwelling unit, and the recommended revision to remove the provision permitting the maximum height of the apartment building to be more than 3 stories. So Councillor Palmer is the mover, and I guess we'd be looking for a seconder.
I'll second that.
So Councillor McBurney seconds that. So again, this would permit the building to be 3 stories. So if there's no other questions or clarifications, I will call the vote. So Councillor Falconer?
No.
Councillor Heffer?
Yes.
Councillor Van Hittersum?
No.
Councillor Palmer?
Yes.
And Councillor McBurney?
Yes.
So that motion carries 3-2. So we have direction on the zoning bylaw amendment application now. So we are good to move on to the effect of public comments, public and agency comments on the decision in regards to the zoning bylaw amendment application. So again, I'll look to Hannah for her direction with this one.
Thank you, Carson. I'll just reshare the table. Just give me a moment. I'll just bring my notes up. So in terms of the effect of public comments, just given that there was quite a range in public comments received, I am recommending that council select an option that does provide a little bit of a combination between A5 and A6, and I will read out what the recommended text for that. Public comments were received on the issues of the loss of green space, density, traffic and parking, proximity, community facilities, and environmental impacts, among other issues raised. Comments were thoroughly considered, but the effect did not have the influence on the decision of council to approve the application, with the exception of comments on density, building height, traffic, and parking, the effect of which resulted in the decision of council to approve the application, subject to a revision that the building height be decreased to 3 stories. And then in terms of the effective agency comments, similarly to the zoning bylaw amendment, a little bit of a mixture between B3 as well as B5, and that Agency comments were received in support of the application, the effect of which resulted in a decision to approve the application, with the exception of a comment raised during regarding a traffic study. These comments were considered but did not influence the decision of council to approve the application.
Okay, I think I'm looking for a mover on that. Of Councillor Heffer and seconded by Councillor Palmer.
So again, the motion on the floor is that for zoning bylaw amendment file Z0721, as it applies to lots 367 to 370, registered plan 410 Wingham Ward, Township of North Huron, 166 John Street West, Wingham. Concerns were received from members of the public on the issues of loss of green space, density, traffic and parking, proximity to community facilities, and environmental impacts, among other issues raised. Comments were thoroughly considered, but the effect did not influence the decision of council to approve this application, with the exception of comments on density, building height, traffic, and parking, the effect of which influenced the decision of council to approve the application, subject to a revision that the building height be decreased to 3 stories, and further that agency comments were received in support of the application, the effect of which resulted in the decision to approve the application, with the exception of a comment raised regarding a traffic study. These comments were considered but did not influence the decision of council to approve the application. So, Councillor Van Henderson?
Nope.
Councillor Palmer?
Yes.
Councillor McBurney?
Yes.
Councillor Falconer?
No.
And Councillor Heffer?
Yes.
So that motion carries 3-2, with the noes being Councillor Van Henderson and Councillor Falconer.
Okay, just have a quick, just a clarification, then maybe Hannah can help me out with. If we just passed to going to a shorter building with less occupants, would the 1.2 parking be mute at this point of restricting that or allowing that property now not to have as many parking spots as they should have?
Right. So thank you, Chair, for your comment. I can provide a little bit of insight on that. And again, this would be based on the conceptual plans that the applicants have provided in terms of how many units they would have on each floor. Again, keep in mind that would be something that would be finalized during the building permit phase. But so right now they do have 73 units. So they had, their initial proposal, I should clarify, their initial proposal was for 73 units. Stories 2 through 5 each had 16 units proposed. So as a result of that, with the reduction of stories 5 and 4, each at 16 units each, that's a reduction in 32 units, which right now provides for 41 dwelling units. So in terms of parking, the applicants do have a few options here. They can either choose to proceed with the 90 parking spaces that they had proposed for this development, which would provide for a parking ratio of about 2.2, so a little bit higher than the 1.5 required. Or as a result of that, because the 1.2 is what passed at 41 units, that would provide for, they would have to provide at a minimum 50 units. So that's kind of the range of what the bylaw would regulate in terms of that. And again, of course, I know Brock and is still on the line. So if I'm incorrect in terms of what the actual unit count per story would be, then by all means he can certainly jump in. I don't know if he's still on the line, actually.
No,
Sorry.
Your unit count is correct.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, and I guess the in large part the important thing is that 1.2 is just your minimum, right? So that's not to say they can't create more, but basically that's council's made a decision to require that for this development there will at least be a parking ratio of 1.2.
Where are we at, Carson?
So there's one motion left, and that's with council passing the updated parking ratio. I'm looking for a motion that would read as follows. Whereas the Council of the Township of North Huron has held a public meeting pursuant to Section 3412 of the Planning Act with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw, and whereas certain changes have been made to the proposed bylaw after the holding of the public meeting, now therefore the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby resolves that pursuant to Section 3417 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990 C P13, the changes were of such a nature that no further notice is to be given in respect of the proposed bylaw prior to its passing.
Okay, I'm looking for a mover. I have Councillor Palmer moving and Councillor Heffer seconding.
So, Councillor Heffer? Councillor Heffer, I think.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Yep. Councillor Van Henderson?
No.
Councillor Palmer?
Yes.
Councillor McBurney?
Yes.
And Councillor Falconer?
No.
So that motion carries 3-2 with the noes being Councillor Falconer and Councillor Van Henderson. So that would conclude this agenda item. So I guess Reeve Bailey and Deputy Reeve Sipe would be able to come back. And I guess Reeve Bailey's declared a conflict of interest on agenda item 7.1.2. So I'd look for Deputy Reeve Sipe to assume the chair.
Thank you, Clerk Lamb. Everybody can hear me and see me again? Yep, there we go. Okay, so moving on to 7.1.2, which is the PL 2022-08 consent application for Davidson, Henson, and Gomes. So this is the consent application report, file C105-21, which is the applicant owner, Ron. The applicant is Ron Davidson Land Use Planning Consultants, Inc., and the owners are Paul Hanson and Maria Gomes. Property description is Plan 168, Part Lot 76 and 77, Blythe Ward, Township of North Huron, 443 to 449 Mill Street. So before there is a recommended, but before that, I will go to Hannah for her to go through her report. Please, Hannah.
All right, thank you, Deputy Reeve. As mentioned, I will just share my presentation. So just a reminder to council, so that this consent application is the corresponding application to the zoning bylaw amendment on the same subject property that did receive the public meeting. So I will just go through this a little bit quicker than perhaps normal. So as noted, the property is designated residential, zoned R2 residential medium density. It contains a 4-unit multi-attached dwelling. The following shows site photos of the subject property, again showing the existing multi-attached dwelling, the parking area, and then the proposed severed lands. In terms of the proposed severance, again, the effect of this is to provide for a new lot that would be developed for a semi-detached dwelling. Both the severed and retained lots are 700 square meters in size, and have subsequent frontage on Drummond Street and Mill Street. In terms of planning comments, again, as noted before, there was a corresponding zoning bylaw amendment that was passed earlier today that provided way for, at least in the context of the consent, primarily what the effect of that did is it provided way for the reduced lot area for the proposed retained lot. The application was considered against the provincial policy statement, Huron County and North Huron official plan, all of which these documents support residential infilling and intensification such as this. The proposed lot sizes for the severed lot in terms of lot area, depth, and frontage meet the zoning bylaw requirements. And again, as way provided that the zoning bylaw amendment that's corresponding passes, the property for the retained lands will also meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw. In terms of comments, These comments were also considered to be considered comprehensively with the subsequent zoning bylaw amendment. So as mentioned, there was comment received from Township Staff requesting that a lot grading and drainage plan be completed and that an agreement with securities for fence construction along a lot line be done. And both of these comments have been reflected in the recommended conditions of consent as a way to implement those comments. The source water protection officers also indicated no concerns. In terms of comments, there were 2 written comments that were specifically received for the consent application from members of the public. These were included for council's consideration as an attachment to my report. To summarize their concerns, they did have some concerns with the inconsistent lot dimensions, and they felt that they were not appropriate for semi-detached dwellings. However, as I previously mentioned, they do meet the minimum requirements for semi-detached dwellings in the general provisions of the zoning bylaw. They did have concerns with the increase in density and the concerns with parking. One of the people that did comment was the neighbor that did provide comment during the 2-minute public commenting period. He also did provide written comments, so he also raised some concerns with parking. And again, there was concern that the infilling would reduce any existing green space buffer that they have between the subject lands and neighboring property. In terms of these comments, again, we did have a discussion about the parking concerns. That seemed to be something that was of a main concern. It is recommended that the consent application be approved with the attached additional conditions, including any additional township conditions. Just a reminder to local council that for this application, because it is a county application, it would be a recommendation to the county. In terms of recommended conditions, most of these are all standard. So things like requiring a survey, any municipal requirements, speaking to an expiry period for how long they have to fulfill the conditions. As well, there is a condition tying this consent to the passing of the corresponding zoning bylaw amendment. As well, there are those 2 additional comments that reflect the comments reflected from Township Staff that a lot grading and drainage plan be prepared and that an agreement with securities be entered into to ensure that the fence is constructed along the proposed lot line. So I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have about this application.
Thank you, Hannah. There is a recommended motion that I will. So that the council of the Township of North Huron hereby recommend approval of consent application file C-10521, applicant Ron Davidson Land Use Planning Consultants Inc. Owners Paul Hansen and Maria Gomes. Property description plan 168, part lot 7677, Blythe Ward, Township of North Huron, 443 to 449 Mill Street, with the conditions set out in the Huron County Planning and Development Report presented by Hannah Holman, planner at the February 7th, 2022 council meeting. So I will take a mover of that motion. I got Councillor Heffer moving. Do I have a seconder for that motion, please? I got Councillor McBurney seconding. Do I have any councillors that have a question, comment? Hearing none. Clerk Lamb, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve Sight. Councillor Van Hitterson,
Yes.
Councillor Palmer,
Yes.
Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sight,
Yes.
Councillor Falconer,
Yes.
Councillor Heffer.
Yes.
So that motion carries 6-0. So I guess Reeve Bailey, you're good to rejoin the meeting again and assume the chair.
Thank you very kindly, and I want to thank Deputy Reeve Sight and Councillor Falconer for taking my place when it was needed. Okay, 7.1.3, another consent application for Palin. Consent application report file C-111-21, applicant owner Christine Palin, Kevin and Christine Palin. Property description plan 173, part block, North Huron Ward, Township of North Huron, 247 Gypsy Lane. Hannah, can you take this away for us?
Yes, thank you, Reeve. I'll just share my presentation again. So as mentioned, the following is for a consent application to create a new lot at lands located in Blythe. These lands do have frontage along Queen Street as well as Gypsy Lane. As shown here on the aerial imagery, there is an existing 8-unit apartment building that does have frontage along Gypsy Lane. This is proposed to encompass what will be the retained lands, and there will be a new vacant lot proposed to be created with frontage along Queen Street. The lands are currently are already zoned R3, and there's no proposed subsequent zoning bylaw amendment change with this. In terms of site visit photos, the following shows the site photos taken from Queen Street in the front, in the top image, and then from Gypsy Lane in the bottom image, and again showing the existing apartment building on the subject lands. In terms of the severance, each of the lots will be approximately 0.9 acres in size, with the retained land being slightly larger. They will have approximately 178 feet of frontage on Queen Street and Gypsy Lane, respectively, as well as 224 feet of depth. The proposed lot sizes for this do conform with the requirements of the North Huron zoning bylaw with respect to the existing R3 zone. There's no concerns with the setback to the apartment building to the new proposed lot line that meets the requirement in the zoning bylaw. And then just in terms of the supporting policy for this, so the provincial policy statement, Huron County and North Huron official plan all encourage and direct residential development within primary settlement areas such as this. This severance provides for the creation of a new lot for future residential development and is thus considered consistent with these documents. In terms of comments received, there were no comments received from members of the public at time of the presentation of report submission, and that is still the case in terms of written comments. In terms of township staff, they have indicated no concerns. There has been confirmation that public water servicing and sewage would be accommodated over Queen Street, and this would be something that would be examined at detail at the time of specific development for the severed lot. Given that the lands are already zoned R3, it is anticipated that a future development would likely be for higher density residential development, and thus would most likely be subject to site plan control, which gives us an opportunity at that time to sort out some of these details. Huron County Public Works staff were also consulted as this portion of Queen Street is considered a county road. They again provided comment that an entrance permit would be something that would be considered at time of development, and have advised, just so that the applicant is aware, that a maximum of 2 entrances would likely be what would be permitted along this stretch of Queen Street. And similarly, I coordinated their comments with township staff, and they have no concerns with water servicing being provided eventually over Queen Street. And again, the details of that would be something that would be addressed at time of development rather than lot creation. In terms of a recommendation, it is recommended that the consent application be approved with the attached conditions, including any additional township conditions. So these conditions here, as the application is relatively straightforward, are all standard. The first condition, which is speaking to the time frame for conditions to be fulfilled, there provides for cash in lieu of parkland fee, any municipal requirements, the requirement for a survey or reference plan, and then the standard condition that if there's any identified zoning bylaw deficiencies, that those would be addressed. So all of these are considered standard conditions. So I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have. And I will note, just for council's understanding, that Kristen, the applicant, it looks like she is on the call, and I know, and I definitely appreciate her patience and sticking around to this item. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Hannah. So I'm going to now open it up to council. I have Kevin Faulkner. Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you. Through you, Reeve, to Hannah. With this property already being zoned R3, would we have to put an application, or would the developer have to put in an application to put a 5-story building in Blythe?
Right. Yes. Thank you. So through your worship, councillor. So right now the R3s, it's just zoned R3. So it would be subject to the general provisions under R3. There's no existing special zone provisions. So right now, as the bylaw is currently written, if they wanted to do an apartment building, for example, they would be subject to the 3-story requirement, because that is the general provision in the R3 zone.
So it would take a motion from council to amend that, because I don't really, I'm concerned that the thought process of what's acceptable in one portion of the township is not acceptable in the other. Personally, I would love a contractor to come in and want to put up a 74 unit building in Blythe to help out our stores downtown and our workforce. So would it be prudent for us to change that designation, or are we locked into whatever we just did?
Right. So through your Reeve, so I would say at this time it might be premature to consider that until there's a specific development proposal. And also too, with any changes to the zoning bylaw under the Planning Act, we have certain requirements in terms of providing public notice and how that process is initiated. However, I will say, as council is aware, we are going through the North Huron OP review, and I do know that last year council did engage in the housing friendly review with our manager of planning. So that's something that we can certainly have a discussion with high level if those are types of changes that council wants to have high level discussions with. But on a site specific basis, I think it would be appropriate in this case to wait until there's a specific development proposal, and then they would need to apply under the correct mechanisms under the Planning Act. But comment noted. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. That the Council of Township of North Huron hereby recommends approval of the consent application file C111-21. Applicant owner Christine Palin, Kevin and Christine Palin, property description plan 173 Part Block North, Blythe Ward, Township of North Huron, better known as 247 Gypsy Lane, with the conditions set out by the Huron County Planning and Development Report presented by Hannah Holman, planner at the February 7th, 2022 council meeting. Do I have a mover? I have Rick McBurney moving, and a seconder, please. I have Paul Heffer seconding. And Carson, I'll give it to you now.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Councillor Palmer,
Yes.
Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sight,
Yes.
Councillor Falconer,
Yes.
Councillor Heffer,
Yes.
Councillor Van Hittersum,
Yes.
and Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very kindly. We're going to go on now to 7.1.4 consent application report file C005-22. Schindler Farms Inc., Luke Schindler, forgive me if I said that wrong, property description lot 31, concession 9, East Wabanash Ward, Township of North Huron, better known as 85344, Beecroft Line. Anna.
All right, thank you, Reeve. So as noted, the subject property is located on Beecroft Line. The property currently is designated agriculture, and a portion of that is designated natural environment. The property is zoned AG1, general agriculture, and a portion of that is also zoned NE2, natural environment. The property contains an existing dwelling and accessory structures. These are shown in the proposed retained number 3 lot. The effect of the severance is essentially a twofold. First of all, the severance is seeking under the surplus farm dwelling policies to sever the proposed surplus lot to the farmer's needs. So that is what is identified as the retained number 3 lot, and that's proposed at a size of 4.9 acres. And that lot currently contains the existing dwelling as well as the building cluster. In terms of, as a result of that, there would be what's identified as the severed number 1 lands. Those would be the retained lands after the surplus severance. And then as well, they are seeking to create a new lot for agricultural use, and that is what is identified as the retained number 2 use. So the effect of this severance is essentially a two-part, but since the severed lands have been identified as those in between the two, there's just one consent application considered here. So the new lots that will be created is the surplus farm residence lot, as well as 2 agricultural parcels, one of those being 95 acres and then the other being 100 acres. In terms of the policy analysis, the provincial policy statement, Huron County and North Huron official plans all permit for the severance of a residence surplus to a farm operation as a result of farm consolidation, subject to criteria which is outlined further in my report. This application does satisfy that criteria, and new lot creation is permitted for agricultural uses, provided that they have a minimum lot size of 38 hectares. With respect to that would apply to the retained lands for the new agricultural parcel, which they meet at 40 hectares, whereas for the surplus lot, the lands left over from that are required to be at least 19 hectares, in which they will exceed at 38 hectares. So this is consistent with the provincial policy statement, Huron County and North Huron official plans. In terms of site visit photos, the following shows the agricultural lot to be created, as well as the severed lot that would be left over from the surplus lot. Again, these are agricultural properties with some natural environment. The following shows the existing entrance for the surplus lot from Beecroft Line, as well as the existing dwelling and building cluster of the surplus lot. In terms of public comments, at time of application submission, the applicant did provide signed correspondence from their neighbor to the north indicating no concerns. Telephone correspondence was received from a neighbor that did highlight some concerns, these of which are summarized as follows. Primarily, their concerns were with the creation of the southernmost agricultural lot. They did have concerns about flooding and potential environmental impacts to wildlife and trees if it were to be developed. And further, they comment that there is a municipal drain on the lands that services the neighboring properties, and they had questions about how this will be maintained. With respect to that second comment, it is addressed by a condition of consent, which is that the drainage in the area be reapportioned as a result of the severances. And with respect to the other comments about concerns about flooding or potential environmental impacts as a result of development, at this time, the applicant has not indicated that they have any specific development plans. They, again, because it is an agricultural lot, they would be limited to agricultural related buildings. And in terms of things like flooding, typically that is something, if that is of concern, would be regulated by the Maitland Valley Conservation Authority. So it wouldn't typically be expected that there would be a building in that area. In terms of agency comments, overall, no concerns received from the Conservation Authority, Township staff, or County Public Works staff. Both have indicated that if needed, entrance permits would be required onto their respective roads. And then building services provided comments indicating that a septic inspection or decommissioning would be required. The applicants has indicated that their prospective purchasers do not intend to use the septic system. So as such, the condition was reflected to provide them the option either to inspect the septic system if it's proposed to be reused, or that it be decommissioned if it will not be used. So it is recommended that the consent application be approved, subject to the attached conditions, including any additional township conditions. In terms of recommended conditions, again, most of these on the left side of the page are standard conditions that are attached to most severances. In terms of the other conditions, there is that, again, that condition speaking to the inspection or the decommissioning of the septic system, requiring that as per section 65 of the Drainage Act, that the municipal drain on the property be reapportioned as a result of the severance, and that if an entrance permit for the farm properties is needed, that it be granted from the township or the county respectively if that is needed. So I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have. And again, I know the applicant Luke is also on the line, so I do appreciate his patience as we got to this item. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, is there any questions for Hannah? I see Kevin, please.
Thank you. Through your Reeve to Hannah. We've done many over the course of this council sitting severances the other way around. This is the first one I've seen this way around. That makes me kind of wonder what's going on? To me, is tax base? Is it drainage proportions or the selling? This doesn't sit right with me. I've never seen one come through this way. There seems to be a lot of questions. I don't know whether I probably can't ask those questions of a, this is just a severance of the owner, but yeah, I don't get it. Maybe you could help me out with that.
Hannah, did you want to answer him first? Then I'll go to you, Chris.
Of course, yes. Thank you. Through your worship, I do agree. This is a little bit of a unique severance. In the fact, and I think what makes it unique is that it's being achieved by a single severance, and that's because that middle parcel is what's being identified as the severed. But as you've mentioned before, I'm sure council is familiar with surplus farm dwelling severances. So that is the effect of the severance. And also too, the effect of this is typically what we call a farm split. So essentially splitting the properties in an existing large farm property in half into in this case 40 acres and then 38 acres, which is something that we also sometimes see as well. They are typical applications. I would say what's unique about this case is that they're being considered together. But as I did mention in my presentation, both of these types of severances are permitted under the relevant policies under the North Huron official plan. So surplus farm dwelling severances are permitted, and as well as new agricultural parcel creation is permitted, provided it does meet that minimum size of 38 hectares, which in this case it does. So just in this case, they do have perhaps maybe an exceptionally large property that they were able to do this as one severance, but I'm not sure if that helps to clarify your question.
Go ahead, Chris.
Well, thank you, Reeve. Councillor Faulkner and we agree so often. Yeah, I read this, and not to put water on the fire or anything, I thought, who in the world severs a 200-acre farm? That just doesn't happen unless you got an ulterior motive for one of the hundreds. And you keep mentioning 40 and 30, or I'm off a little bit. No, they're 95 acres and 100 acres. Right? Yes. But okay, I'll just keep going, or I'm going to forget. And Councillor Faulkner will have to help me. I'm just mystified, and I know that the applicant owns the 200 acres to the east, so they all join, and it just is strange. And I'd love to know. I don't know. I think we deserve an answer. You don't do it for fun. If you wanted to sever the house, well, no problem. It's a surplus dwelling. So I don't know. Maybe we'll get a surprise later on. I don't know if there's pig barns involved or, things that we haven't heard about yet. So, Mr. Schilder, if you're on the line, would you mind just we're just wondering, and it doesn't make sense. So if you helped us on that, it would be nice.
Hi there, can you hear me? Okay, I do not try the video because I've done that before. The two of them don't work together. There is not going to be a pig barn up there for as long as I own it. Not that I'm aware of, unless I have a real change of fate or something. The problem here is that you have a 200-acre parcel that if you do a severance, you can never build on that retained lands. I'm perfectly fine if you have the 96-acre, let's call it that one, that you cannot build on that anymore. But to put that restriction on the entire 196-acre is a little ridiculous. So therefore, I would like to go back to the original Crown way of splitting the land. What we're going back to is the original, how it was given out by the Crown. And if we're ever going to build on it, well, we don't have pigs currently. I have not had pigs before. So why would I start in that? I am a chicken farmer. So, and if we ever built on it, we're not building in a floodplain. There is on the southeast corner, there used to be a farm site there. There used to be a house. There used to be a barn on the southeast corner. If we ever built, it will be there. So any other questions, please let me know.
Thanks, Luke. Anna, sorry, Anita, go ahead. You're on mute, Anita.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Reeve Bailey. This is a question for Hannah. I thought that last year or 2 years ago, there was an adjustment to our plan, and that second residences on 100 acres were allowed.
Go
Sure.
ahead, Hannah.
Through your worship, I can answer that. And again, just for clarity to the previous comment by Councillor Palmer, I did speak. Sometimes I go back and forth between hectares and acres. So just to clarify, the official plan policy speaks to a minimum lot size in hectares, which is 38, in which the lots respectively are 38 hectares and 48 or in 40 hectares. So apologies, going back and forth between acres and hectares there. So just wanted to clarify that. In terms of what Luke is referring to, so under the provincial policy statement, if you have a residence that is deemed surplus to the needs of your farm, you are eligible to sever off that residence. As a result of that, there needs to be a mechanism that restricts the new building of the house on the retained lands. And the reason for that is then you would be able to continuously keep severing off residences and adding additional residences. So that's what the effect of that is. I do know there is discussion about adding potentially additional dwelling units to farm properties, but that would be something that would be considered on the same lot as an existing residence, rather than on the retained lands.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, thank you, Reeve Bailey. Yeah, it doesn't restrict him from building a barn though, right? You're just talking residence. So he could still build a barn basically where he wanted to, within reason, environmental reason, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, through your worship. Yes, so he would still be permitted to have farm buildings that are permitted in the AG1 zone, subject to other provisions, and one of those being just ensuring that he meets the minimum distance separation, which is the distance required from barns to separately titled residents. So that would probably be something that would be a factor there, but yes.
Thank you very much. Kevin, go ahead.
Thank you. Through your Reeve to Hannah. The retained acres, so they're severing off the house and 4.9 acres, and it's still staying in his possession. It's not being sold to someone else. So this is all just management of his own property and rearranging it to the way that he wants it.
Yes, through your worship. Again, I typically, as the planner, don't get into the specifics about who properties will be sold to. That's something that's not always necessarily considered. What I will say is they will be separately conveyable parcels should this severance go through. So that is a possibility. I don't know if Luke is on the line to provide any further details about his plans, but that's something I wouldn't.
Just so we usually see them when they're being severed off and either sold to someone and they just want the farm empty and free of the tax burden of the house and the property. Right now, that tax burden still falls to him, even though it's severed this way. I just was just curious as to why he would sever off a house and keep it in their own without having to do something with it. It seems to be something you don't need to do unless you're doing something with it.
Yeah, and Luke, sorry.
Councillor Faulkner, the house is being sold. There's a buyer for. His name is Henry Bylaw, and his wife Fanny. They are going to live there as soon as possible.
Thank you very much for that, Luke. We all good then? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Site. You're muted. You're muted.
Sorry, Reeve. Thank you very much. So just my question is just to clarity. So on the retained number 2 lot lands, is a house permitted to be built on those lands?
Anna?
Yes, through your worship. So, yes, they wouldn't have the restrictive zoning that would restrict a house. And the reason for that being is they're technically not considered to be the retained lands left from the surplus lots. So they would, the zoning would stay as is, and they would be permitted existing uses. Yeah.
So, Suri, my question or follow-up is, everything that is being requested here is acceptable from a bylaw, from a zoning bylaw amendment that the municipality has had in place. We're not changing anything. And in reality, my idea is that we're potentially giving, now I say, you're potentially giving the ability for somebody to buy a smaller parcel of farmland in order to develop a small farm. It doesn't necessarily, I'm not a farmer. I'm not a farmer, so I don't know necessarily what's viable and what's not viable. But I've heard a lot of conversation about wanting to ensure farm properties are, available, they're sustainable, all those types of things. If this is available to them and he thinks it's important to do it and it's acceptable within our zoning bylaw, I don't know why we wouldn't accept it. From my perspective, I'm not seeing anything that would earth-shatteringly change my thought process as to approving it or not approving it. So those are my comments, Reeve. Just wanted to, and I thank Hannah and Luke for all the information that they provided.
Thank you kindly. Does that wrap it up then? Oh, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, thank you, Reeve. Yeah, no, I'm all for this. There's no problem there. Like a surplus residence, if that can be sold, it's a lot better than being bulldozed. So, I think we're all for that when we can. And potentially there could be another house, there could be another, like a barn of some sort on the number 2 land, which is a benefit to us all. So, no, this is good.
Okay, everybody good? Looking good? Okay, here we go. That the Council of Township of North Huron hereby recommends approval of the consent application. Sorry, was somebody want to speak? Okay. That the Council of Township of North Huron hereby recommends approval of the consent application file number C005-22, applicant owner Schindler Farms Inc. and Luke Schindler, property description lot 31, concession 9, East Wawanosh Ward, Township of North Huron, better known as 85344 Beecroft Line, with the conditions set out by the Huron County Planning and Development report presented by Hannah Hallman, planner, on the February 7th, 2022 council meeting. Do I have a mover? I have Paul moving. Do I have a second? I have Anita seconding. It's over to you now, Carson.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, Councillor McBurney?
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sight?
Yes.
Councillor Falconer?
Yes.
Councillor Heffer?
Yes.
Councillor Van Henderson?
Yes.
Councillor Palmer?
Yes.
And Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. 7.1.5 is the CL-2022-04 appointment of a council representative for fundraising committee for the North Huron Museum Relocation Capital Project. Just going to go ahead with the, no, actually, we're going to have a conversation first. I need a name for there. Carson, do you want to speak to this for a minute?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So not much to add beyond what's in the report, I guess, for the benefit of the public. So council at their last meeting adopted a terms of reference for a fundraising committee for the North Huron Museum Relocation Capital Project. One of the provisions in that terms of reference requires that council appoints a minimum of 5 members, including 1 representative of the North Huron Council. So we advertised in accordance with the committee appointment policy, and volunteer committee member applications received will be presented in closed session tonight. But to align with that, I'm looking for direction on a member of council to serve as the council representative to that committee. And I just want to remind council that the role of this member is primarily to serve as a liaison between council and the committee, and would not be directly involved in any of the fundraising activities. So there's a draft motion there. I'm looking for a name to fill into that appointment. So I'll throw it out to council at this point of interest on a member of council to sit on that committee.
Thank you. Kevin had his hand up. Did you want to speak to this, Kevin?
Yes, thank you, Reeve. I would personally like to put a motion forward that we delay this decision until we had an opportunity to discuss the precedent setting that this would make going forward, at least that we'd have a chance to have a conversation with it, because it is setting a precedent, and I believe we've had some pushback from other organizations as to if we set a precedent of further motions coming, further actions coming forward. So I would just like to be able to have maybe an enclosed discussion, and either I know we have enclosed tonight, but we would have to post it on a future one. But I'd just like to put a motion forward to just to delay this till we've had a chance to fully understand the ramifications of it, not one way or the other. Just I think we should have talked. So
there is a motion on the floor then. Kevin?
Well, so yeah, I guess I would need some more direction on that. I guess two things, maybe Councillor Falconer, that I'd be looking for direction on for you on is, again, the reason for deferral, and then again, the closed session provision you'd be looking for to discuss this, right? So really, like, I guess we're at the point where you've adopted a terms of reference, and right. So
okay. Well, we were okay. The terms of reference was an email that was provided to council from another organization that was a committee of council of not being allowed the same privileges as the museum committee was, and they are threatening legal action. So there's my reference. So whether you want to talk about it in open session, that's fine with me. I'm ready to.
Well, yeah, I guess without disclosing the contents of the closed session materials, I mean, yeah, I'm certainly aware of what you're referring to, and I guess the point I would make is establishing a fundraising committee for one committee does not by any means bind council into a precedence to set another one. The two issues are certainly independent of each other, and ultimately council can make any committee member appointments and strike any committees as they see fit. It's well within their jurisdiction.
Okay, well,
I'm not sure if that answers your question, but I think based on the point of where we're at in this process, I don't necessarily see a closed session provision applying in this case that would permit you to kind of discuss where this is at in this process.
If I could just throw out there, I do understand what's being said. Kevin, how would you feel about, we do need to have that conversation that you're talking about when it comes to appointing these. Did you want to go forward with this one and help me out here, guys? I'm a little lost here on what to do here.
I just don't want to be in the position where down in 6 months down the road, somebody goes, "I told you so." I'm kind of confused about the whole thing, whether it's good for one way and good not for the other, and there's willing to be compromises. I know it's a direction of council, but I was a little put back by the circulation of a letter that I thought that as council we should discuss it. That's all.
Yeah, I'm going to hand it over to Deputy Reeves' side. He might have some input, and then I'm going to come back.
So, I mean, clerk is correct in the sense that council has the ability to set a committee of council or not set a committee of council for whatever reason. I mean, it doesn't, they don't, and in reality, they don't necessarily need to give the reason. If they want to set a precedent or set a committee of council, that is their right under their authority to do so. If they choose not to do that, it is also their authority not to do that. I mean, arguably, the terms of reference that for this particular committee has been communicated, has been voted on by this council, and has been accepted by this council. At what people want to, if regardless of what people believe, you know, there is jurisdiction in the municipality that we can pick and choose what we want to do and what we don't want to do. I mean, we've had lots of discussion here tonight about things that we've done in one respect and then didn't do on the other. So, I mean, I think ultimately there is not a precedent-setting discussion as it relates to decisions that this council makes. This council takes every decision from the information that they're given, public comments, you know, political discussions, all that discussion is discussed, and then the decision is made by council as to see how they see the best interest of the municipality. So for somebody to say a precedent, I mean, I don't know what a decision was made 50 years ago. So there could have been a precedent 50 years ago before I was even born. And I mean, I don't know those. So that's why it doesn't necessarily matter to me as it relates to precedent when I have the authority as a council to make a direction and go with the direction of this council. So, I mean, arguably, those are going to be conversations that we have to have from whatever documents are provided. But I mean, ultimately, we have to base the merit on the request, on the terms of reference that we were issued a while back about this particular committee. And we've got to either accept it but it's not going away. Like, I don't know if deferring is not going to not change the fact that we've got to put a council member on it.
Yeah, no, the deferring wasn't for that purpose. It was just to have the conversation. That's all it was. The deferring was just to, I don't have the expertise, but if staff is quite confident that they're on firm ground, then I'm good with that, and I'll remove my motion.
I'll just, thank you very much, Kevin.
If I may, Bruce Bailey. So I'm looking for a motion that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby authorizes for the February 7th, 2022 regular council meeting to proceed past 10 o'clock p.m.
No, I mean, yeah, Paul has his hand up and Trevor is seconding. If I can just add in there.
You need to put that to a vote, Reeve Bailey.
Oh my goodness sakes. Okay, let's vote on that one, guys. Take it away, Carson.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Deputy Reeve Sight?
Yes.
Councillor Falconer? Councillor Heffer?
Yes.
Councillor Van Hittersum?
Yes.
Councillor Palmer?
Yes, and we might need a break.
Councillor McBurney?
Yes.
And Reeve Bailey?
Yes. Would everybody like a 5-minute?
So you're good to continue on.
Would everybody like a 5-minute break right now? Somebody's leaving already. Somebody else is leaving already. Okay, we'll reconvene back in at 10:05. Okay, guys, I have 10:05 here now.
Yeah, and you have quorum already, Reeve Bailey, and so it's 10:05, so I'd say you're good to keep proceeding. So I guess at this time, again, just to reiterate where we're at, I'm looking for an appointee as a council representative to the fundraising committee.
Yeah. Just before I go to you, Deputy Reeve Sipes, I just want to comment on what we were previously talking about. I think that what's happening right now would be kind of like apples to oranges, and I don't take kindly to threats. Okay, so I think we're going to continue on. Trevor, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I'm going to move the recommended motion with adding that the council hereby appoints Paul Heffer as the council representative to the fundraising committee.
Okay, and I'm not even going to ask Paul. He just got voted. No, okay, go ahead, Paul. You're okay with it? Okay, go ahead. Rick, you're next.
Yeah.
You're seconding it? You're muted, but I think you're seconding it?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, so we have CL-2022-04 appointment of council representative for fundraising committee for the North Huron Museum Relocation Capital Project. That the Council of Township of North Huron hereby receives a report from the clerk dated February 7th, 2022 regarding the appointment of a council representative to the fundraising committee for the North Huron Museum Relocation Capital Project for information purposes. And further, the council hereby appoints Paul Heffer as the council representative for the fundraising committee for North Huron Museum Relocation Capital Project. And further, that bylaw number 25-2019 being a committee appointment bylaw be amended to reflect the appointment. We have a mover and a seconder. Carson, it's over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Councillor Falconer?
Yes.
Councillor Heffer?
Yes.
Councillor Van Hittersum?
Yes.
Councillor Palmer?
Yes.
Councillor McBurney?
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sipe?
Yes.
And Reeve Bailey?
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. We're going to move down to 7.2 Recreation and Community Services Department. Director Vicki Lunsberg is going to speak to us about the 2022-02 proposal COVID-19 recovery plan for the Wingham Columbus Center. And then we need direction from staff of where you want to go with this one. Vicki, are you handy?
Thank you, Your Worship. Council, good evening. Before you this evening is a report regarding a request from the Wingham Columbus Center to have their annual financial contribution to the North Huron West Cast Complex reduced. As council may recall, this request was brought forward in November for council's consideration. Council deferred the decision until such time that a meeting could be held with the Columbus Center's Board of Management to discuss the potential use of the hall and meeting room for township purposes. The Board of Management has met with staff. The meeting occurred in January, and at which time they were favorable or in support of the use of the facility. Staff are planning to bring a report forward later this month with various options for council to consider for council chambers and committee meetings and things. So at this point, staff are bringing the request back to council for consideration. The Wingham Columbus Center has requested their annual contribution of $29,000 plus HST, which goes basically to the overall utility cost and deficit of the North Huron West Cast Complex to be reduced by 50% for the next 5 years. The reduction is needed to help them recover from COVID-19. As we all have heard before, the COVID-19 pandemic has affected their ability to operate. And for the most part, they have been closed. And once they were allowed to reopen, and once they were able to open or reopen, they were under strict capacity restrictions, which did not allow them to host, typical rentals or events that would generate the revenue necessary to make their contribution. I would like to point out or note in that there is a correction that's needed for the report under the financial section. The impact, if council were to approve their request, the impact would be $16,385 per year, which would result in a financial impact of $81,925 over a 5-year period. This would be in addition to the $40,544 that is currently outstanding. In the report, we also indicated that there were some things that council may wish to consider. As reported in the third quarter budget review, the utility costs for the complex were considerably lower than anticipated. This is mainly due to the cancellation of the ice season, and which resulted in the removal of the ice in January. Since the Columbus Center does not have a separate hydro meter, they pay 9% of the overall utility costs for the entire complex. Again, this is equivalent to about 19,000 plus HST. However, the actual cost in 2021, their 9% portion of the actual cost in 2021 was $10,716 instead of the $20,160 we had budgeted. Staff are seeking council's direction on how they would wish to proceed with this request. Thank you
very much, Vicki. Before I throw it out to council, I want to ask you, Vicki, you said there was a $44,000 owing without talking about any future. Can you tell me what the $44,000 is for? Like,
yes, Your Worship. So outlined in this report and the report that was attached, the report that was brought forward back in November, it summarized the payments that the Columbus Center was able to make, what they were able to contribute toward their annual contributions. So it's the difference. They were not able to make their full contributions in 2020 or 2021. I should point out something though before before we move any further. We are talking about the utility costs, which is separate from the pledge amount that is made by the Knights of Columbus. The Knights of Columbus have made their pledge amount or pledge contributions in 2020 and in 2021. And just an additional note for council, council's information is that when the township was audited, I believe it was in 2020 or it was 2021, one of the two. One of the things that was raised by the HST auditor was that we were not charging HST on these contributions, and we had to start implementing that. So that is now being calculated in and above what their actual agreement has stated. So it's an additional $3,000-4,000 a year.
Yeah, I know, I hate HST. Hey, yeah. One last question before I throw it out to council. We have covered off in our budget this $44,000. Like yes, thank you. Yes, so we're not hung out to dry. Okay, thank you. Okay, council.
Your Worship, just because the Director of Finance may want something different brought forward, we have not passed a motion to write that amount off. It was the outstanding, because they're making contributions toward these costs. It's just the outstanding balance on their contribution. The actual bills are paid through the municipality itself.
Yes.
Okay. So it's a shortfall in revenue.
Okay, thank you kindly. Okay, I'm going to open up to council. Who would like to speak first? Everybody was talking a minute ago. Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you, Reeve. Just the councillors know I probably would make a comment to this. The organization would have the same ability to apply for provincial subsidies as any other volunteer organization or business would go. So they've had the same opportunity as everyone else, and it's not that they're being burdened, or that's where we're asking them to do anything that's not in their contract. So I don't favor, one thing, doing making any changes to a contract that's already out there. And secondly, I'm not in favor at all of putting something, making a motion that, or agreeing to a motion that's going to put a decision past the next council. They're looking for 5 years. I wouldn't do that to anybody, to anything, and not have the ability to, to at least revisit it then. So I don't personally approve of giving the leeway. They have a lease the same as everyone else, so, and they're halfway through it, and they've had the same advantage. I can't see why the taxpayers, we're asking them to pay a percentage more this year for cost of living, and more money for this, more money for that. We're not giving any of them a 5-year break. So no, they signed a contract same as everybody else. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Go ahead, Vicki.
Through your worship, they did apply for the subsidy back in 2020. There was a delay in that funding coming through. And of course, they didn't get the full amount they applied for, but the money they did receive was handed over to the township to pay toward their outstanding debt. The difference between this group and the other groups that are using municipal facilities is their lease agreement or use agreement is different. Each one, you've heard me speak of this before. There's different terms on each of those agreements and things. So, for instance, the Belgrave Community Center, they were able to make their pay their lease amount for the use of facilities, but the township also provides them with a grant that far exceeds that amount.
So if each one's different, why are you comparing that one to this one?
Well, it's just,
I think it's just it was in reference to you saying the others were able to make their payments and things. So, for instance,
the other ones had the exact same ability to require funding. I didn't say that they were who made their payments. I don't know that, who made their payments and who didn't. So that's up to the.
Oh, sorry.
I just said they each had the ability, the same ability, to access the funding that was available. I did. That's all I was saying. I wasn't comparing one to the other. I was just saying that the ability for the organizations to apply was equal, and I don't see us giving any help to them. I know none of them are asking for it, but I just don't see this being a special program that puts them at any disadvantage any more than any other organization.
So we're just going to move on from that, Vic. We're just going to move on from that. Chris,
okay, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Chris, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Reeve. Yeah, this is a hard one. I understand that their situation, and I don't want them to leave because we're not going to do it. The job that they do. But my only issue really is the 5-year. I think it's too far. I was thinking 2-year actually, 2 or 3 perhaps, because times, it's going to change fast. I'm hoping this is going to become the new normal, and off we go. So I think the opportunity to raise funds should be there in the next year or two. The $40,000, Vicki, the balance rather, were they going to keep? Did they tell you that they would keep it as they would pay it eventually, or have they asked us to basically forgive it?
Through you, Your Worship. So this is the second letter that we've received from them. The first letter we received in the early part of 2021. In that letter, they had asked for us to waive it They were quite concerned about the amount and that how it's going to add up over time. I think when COVID hit, we were all very hopeful this was going to be for a short period of time and things, but as we've seen, we're now in the, second year here. And they were very concerned about it compounding. And they've been very concerned about that all along. The direction that council provided back in, it was January or February of 2021, was that we could work out some kind of a repayment plan with them. And council just kind of left it up to staff. So part of that was talking to them and working with them and forwarding them the grant applications to apply for funding and things, and in which when they did receive funding, and they did forward that on to the township to apply toward that balance owing, and things. So I think they are very concerned about that. They did not, in the letter that they submitted or request they submitted that council received back in November, they did not mention this amount per se. They had proposed it be a 5-year plan, that they be reduced for 5 years. But in that letter, they did say that it would be, they recommended that it be reviewed after 3 years, just to see kind of where things are at. And my understanding is, to see if it's even warranted at that point, and things. I mean, it's really difficult to know where we're going to be in 1 year, 2 year, 3 year. I honestly thought we were pulling out of this before Christmas, and then everything kind of went downhill. So, and then, as you know, we had to do our own closure and things like that. So I think they're open. I think they're open to working with council, and they're just hoping that we can somehow work together.
Thank you very much, Vicki. Another quick question, just while it's on my mind, Vicki. There was going to be some renovations at the Knights of Columbus Center. Is that still continuing? Or I presume that because of this is on hold for now?
So the renovations, that was part of the application that we had forwarded through to the province. Sorry, guys, it's getting late.
Well, we know.
Yes. So it was the Ontario Canada Infrastructure Program and things, and it was that big grant that we got from the feds and the province to do renovations there, and the Columbus Center had gone in with us as a partner on that application. We have the flexibility of postponing that until 2023, the renovations that were over there, and that had to do with the sound system, baffling, and installation of energy efficient lighting. And the municipality wasn't going to be contributing toward that. It was the Columbus Center had planned to basically they would cover off on that funding. My understanding is that that funding has been already put aside. And I guess it's, council's going to have to decide here as to what we can do. But it had already been earmarked and put away for that project. On the application that we applied for, or we signed off on the transfer payment agreement for the funding, indicated that if there is any shortfall or differences or anything, the municipality would be picking up those costs.
Thank you. Kevin, just before I go to you and Deputy Reeve, I'm just going to go around the block here, but I want to hear from every councillor. This is one of many foundations, or whatever you want to call it, groups that we help. This is usually a big ticket. This is a very big ticket item. That's the difference. Let's be blunt. It's a very big ticket item. So what I'm hearing so far is they should be reaching out for provincial subsidies, continue to, and now I hear they're doing it through the staff, this town staff anyway. And then I'm hearing 2 years max from Chris. I want to see Can we go to Paul? You're next.
Yes, thank you, Reeve. Excuse me. I see in 2023 that'll be their second year. I feel 2 years, one to tide us over to a new council, and then it gives the new council a year to know what's going on, and because I'm sure there'll be some new ones, and go from there. But I feel it's got to be back and forth with them, because if we go another 2 years the way we're going now, we don't have to worry about anything. And so I'll give it the most 2 years, but I think we should have a reciprocal thing going on with the new council coming in, and go from there. Like, I mean, there's got to be talk here. There definitely has to be talk, because if it turns around, it can turn around quick, I think. So let's go with that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Paul. Rick, got any thoughts?
I agree with shortening up the time period. Through you, Reed, Billy, sorry. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey,
you run an organization that's in the same boat, the Legion, right? You guys, I'm sure everything's cutting back on you guys.
yeah, I got two installations of funds from the government, and there's a third one coming. But the third one I got to apply for differently than the other two. I applied for the first one, the second one just came in the mail. And we got 10,000 each time. So.
Okay. Thank you very kindly. Anita?
Yeah, I don't know. I have trouble spending tax money on one organization. Taxpayer money on one organization. That's my main issue, and the 5-year term is too long. Yeah.
Thank you. I think it's only you left, Deputy Reeve site.
So from my review of it, I have to agree. I have to agree with the 2 years. I have a little different caveat though. So my caveat is a discussion about a reopening operating plan. So I mean, if we are providing support to a group in this particular case, I treat it as we are an investor in an investment perspective, an investment in our municipality in some way, shape, or form. And I look at it as you're telling me that you obviously have an operating plan or a reopening plan as it relates to how to make this space and this functional and operational. That's I everything I'm reviewing or everything I've seen, that's what they're telling me. What I would rather like to see is actually on paper that tells me what their operating plan looks like in year 1, in year 2, in year 3, so that we can look at it to say, are we making headway or are we not making headway? And I mean, that would at least give council a sense of what the operating plan is. The one thing I will say is this committee had brought in their accountant at the time, and they indicated that they have went out and looked for every dollar that they could get, provincially and federally, and they have done everything they can. And I mean, again, can we confirm that? No, but I'm saying if they have their accountant on the phone, I can't imagine that the accountant would say something that's not appropriate for the purposes of that. So I look at it as we also I recognize Councillor Van Hitterson's comment and Councillor Faulkner's question. I understand their comment about taxpayer money going to one group. But we also have to recognize in one respect is what this community group does for the community, in the sense that, and I get it and I understand that there's other community groups that do it as well. So I'm not disowning somebody else. There is another factor to this. So, I'm okay. I'm not okay with 5 years. I'm hopeful that we can get to an understanding of 2. If council is not, in favor of doing it, then that's a decision that they're going to have to make. But they also have to understand what the ramifications of not doing that are going to mean. And I mean, I think we all recognize what that's going to be.
Okay, so I'm just gonna throw something out there from what I've heard from everybody. So what I've heard is
You never gave me a chance. I had my hand up.
I do apologize, Kevin. You go right ahead.
Thank you. As Mr. McBurney alluded, or Councillor McBurney alluded to, the Legion is an organization that runs on its membership and its dues to operate and or fundraise. No different than the Columbus Hall there. It's not a full not-for-profit organization that runs independently. The only difference is they rent a spot from North Huron for their organization. I would encourage the Legion then, in the same sense, to.
Heavy, we lost you.
5 years. I just don't. I'm sorry. The only difference I see here is that we're the landlord, and we're not doing this to any other organization that pays dues to be a member. You go out and get more members, or you get a smaller building, or you make differences. We're losing the ability to find someone that can rent the facility. And I don't see, if every councillor here is ready to go out after they ask the taxpayer to pay more, to subsidize a group that has dues and memberships that they may not be able to get into, to pay for their sorrows. I'm sorry, that's mine. You guys go to your constituents, I'll go to mine.
So just on that point, Kevin, you brought up a very good point, and something I guess I should have brought up a long time ago or thought of a long time ago. So I'm listening to what everybody says, and I'm trying to formulate something here. Just to go back to what Kevin said, the Knights of Columbus actually fundraised. They were the biggest, I believe, pushers behind that. And yes, we owe a lot of money on the buildings, just so hear me out. They were the biggest fundraisers on that building. And for 20 or 25 years now, they have paid, Vicki, it was $12,000 a year for 25 years towards the build for that to actually take place. So they've, is it a year or a month? I forget, doesn't matter. They paid a lot of money, so they stepped forward, and I was not part of it, so I honestly am just going to go by what I know. So they have, for all these years, give us the $12,000. They paid for their hydro. They paid their share of everything we've asked for 20 or 25 years now. So they have actually put, $200,000 into the building. If you go 12 times 20, whatever that is, 240,000, I think, or something like that. So it's not, just so we all understand, it's not like they just got that building when somebody was building it and they got that piece and that was it, and they just got it free of charge. It didn't work like that at all, and they're still paying. My concern is finances moving forward. So having said, I just want you guys to know about that part, because that is the one other part in there that we've kind of forgotten, and I honestly forgot too. I'm going to go to Rick first, and then Chris. Go ahead, Rick, you're muted. Yeah.
Through you, Reed Bailey. I was just going to make a comment to Councillor Faulkner in regards to Legion membership. Most of that goes to Dominion Command. We got to fundraise stuff to pay the bills. Anyway, just as a comment.
Okay, thank you. Chris?
Thank you, Reeve. Well, Legion guys, you also have dances, and you have I shouldn't say it on. You know what I mean. So they're making money through that. But anyhow, the Columbus guys, it's a business for them. They make their money when they have fish fries and when they have a dance, which hasn't been allowed for 2 and a bit years. They still have some fish fries takeout, so that helps. but that's where they make their money. It's not like it's a membership like Councillor Faulkner was alluding to, not the same type anyways, but it's a business. And their business has not done well because of the COVID thing, like many other places. But you know, they rent our building, and like Arif has said, they've given $260,000 thereabouts towards the building over the years. And so they've been a partner, and I feel we need to treat them, you know, well. It's just sad that the pandemic came and just bummed it for everybody. But that's how we have to work through it. And, you know, as a municipality, we've been affected, eh? We have incomes that are lower, and just things had to let people go for a while, and it's just not a pretty sight for anybody. But they're trying, and for Deputy Reeve site, geez, I don't know if you want to put a person in their office overlooking things. I don't think they'd go for that. They've ran their I'll just say their shop for these 20 years. They know how to do it. And they're working as hard as they can, and I think we should just keep letting them do their thing. And they want to succeed like everybody else, and I think we should just give them their chance. But like I said, the time period was too long. It has to be shortened up. So that's it for me. Thank you.
So just, yeah, go ahead, Trevor, and then go ahead, Trevor.
Yeah, I just want to make, I never once indicated that I'm suggesting that we audit their information. What I'm asking is we should at least get a copy of it and be able to understand what their plan is. That, I mean, again, at the end of the day, we're supporting them as an investor. And in reality, the way I look at it is we're supporting them as an investor. So as an investment in community money, it is our due diligence to ensure that there's an operating plan that looks like it's going to be successful. That's all I'm suggesting. I mean, anybody that you would provide money to, that's what I would suggest. I mean, that's business practice. That seems to be not an over exorbitant request. I mean, they're doing these things already because they're going to have to provide these informations already. So to their board and to whatever. So, you know, I'm hoping, you know, at this point, you know, I'm just hoping that, you know, we can get a council to make a motion on the floor, and let's put it to vote and move on.
Okay. I'm going to make a suggestion. And I heard what everybody said. When it comes to financing, if things go wrong and you're borrowing money from the bank, they'll send their people in to help you. They'll close you. That's the two choices you'll have. I don't know if we can, and the CEO can speak up in a minute after I make this suggestion. I'm going to suggest that we give them 2 years. I'm going to suggest that we help them. We're helping them now. Our staff is doing getting subsidy things for them. I'm going to suggest that we see if our treasurer could look at their finances and see if there's some way or something they're missing or blah, 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 blah. We got a great treasurer, always have had a great treasurer, but I'm sure there's, from the nights I've met, you know, we're just the good old boys. I'm going to get out and walk for the United Way. I don't know anything about anything else on it. I'll get you in a sec, Vicki. So I'm just, yeah, I'm not ignoring you, okay?
No.
So I just want to throw it out there that yes, they've been around, but I agree. We don't know whether COVID's going to be here in 5 years or 50 years or maybe 18 months. 5 years is too long to wait because we are using the excuse of COVID. That's why it's not. So I think that's too long for the town. I honestly think that we should have somebody sit down with them with financial knowledge and see what you can work out. They do keep making their payments, but other payments like the hydro and that aren't getting paid. At the end of the day, whether we like it or not, we're making the payment. Okay, this town's making the payment whether we like it or not. That's the bottom line. Heat, hydro, the whole works of it. And it's the way it's set up down there. Vic, did you have anything you wanted to add before I?
Yeah, through your worship, I want to add some things and I want to clarify some things. So first off, staff are just, we're not helping them do the applications, although we would if they asked for our help. We're just, anything we see that's coming out of the government, we're forwarding to them.
Appreciate that.
The other thing is that they do forward their audited financial statements at year end every year to the director of finance. So Donna always received that information, and then she would forward it on to me. So they have been doing that. In terms of the hydro, I try to explain it, but I don't know if I've explained it quite as well. Is they had been paying the hydro based on a square footage of the facility, but it's the percentage of the overall hydro, or the hydro for the overall building. So it was based on the overall hydro that included the arena when the ice went in. So when we took the ice out in January, we were able to run that 9 months without any hydro or without any ice or anything like that. And we could actually get a better picture of what hydro was for that facility. Because obviously when the ice goes in, there's a tremendous amount of hydro that's used. So it gave us a better picture of what the actual usage would be for on a square basis, for hydro and things. So we have been charging them the 19,000 plus HST now for hydro, when in fact the hydro costs that have totaled this year was far below that, like $10,000 less. Even with the ice going in October, November, and December. So, okay, thank you. Your worship.
I appreciate that. Okay, council, let's make a decision here. What do you want to do? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Site.
Based on the conversation that we've had, I'm going to push a motion on the floor that we based on the request from the Wingham Columbus Center, we support their request for a maximum of 2 years. And I will reiterate that a repayment plan for the additional information still is required to be completed by staff and the Wingham Columbus Center. That is the motion that I'm putting on the floor.
I have a motion. Do I have a seconder? Do I have a seconder? I have Paul seconding. We're going to open it up for our last conversations before we go to vote. Now that will be added to the bottom of the Carson, the top part. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yes, I'd like to get some kind of clarification as to what other organizations that we would be willing with tax dollars to give $100,000 to.
I don't think I heard anybody say give it. I think I heard repayment and try to keep them going, unless I'm wrong.
Well, what other organizations are we willing to let use taxpayers' money to float their business?
Well, let's hope we don't have 10 more show up at the door.
We can't turn them down.
No, we can't. We have to help. These are the people.
But here's an open call for everybody to phone into the office. And
these are the people that pay their taxes. Yes, if they need help, we've got to do what we can for them.
But shouldn't it be the people that pay the taxes have the decision to make whether they support it?
That's what they hired us for, and this is one of those tough decisions. And I hear your side. I clearly hear your side, and you clearly hear that none of us want 5 years. So see if we can come out somewhere in the middle here. So go ahead, Chris. So first of all, I've got a motion on the floor. Do I have a seconder?
Yeah, and maybe I'll read that motion to make sure it fits with what Deputy Reeve Site is looking for. But basically, the motion would be that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby receives the report prepared by the Director of Recreation and Community Services dated February 7th, 2022, regarding the proposed COVID-19 recovery plan from the Wingham Columbus Center for information purposes, and further that Council supports a reduction in the Wingham Columbus Center's annual contribution towards the overall cost of utilities and the deficit of the North Huron Westcast Community Center for a maximum period of 2 years, and further that a repayment plan still be required to be completed by the Wingham Columbus Center in consultation with North Huron staff.
Deputy Reeve Sipe, did you want to put a time on that repayment plan coming forward? Won't do us any good in 2 years.
I mean, we haven't even seen the repayment plan. So, I mean, I'm asking them to prepare one and have one within their operating plan. That's what I'm hoping that they do. That's what they're asking. They're asking for support. We're giving them support. They're putting it in the plan with the repayment clear, and then hopefully the staff will relay that back to council as to what the repayment plan looks like, so that we understand where the end result is. It's a communication back and forth. I'm still asking them to have a repayment plan. We haven't seen that repayment plan, and I don't think one's been made. So we still need that.
And I guess, Reeve Bailey, I think maybe what you were getting at is that council wants to see it within this term of council, that repayment plan. Right, so we can add to that motion and further that a repayment plan still be required to be completed by the Wingham Columbus Center in consultation with North Huron staff within the current term of council.
So what we need to do is we need to either vote this up or vote this down. And if it gets voted down, I want somebody to put another motion on the floor till we come to a motion. It's getting near 11 o'clock. We're only half done our council meeting, and I'm not trying to hurry anything along, but let's just, if this goes down, somebody please come forward with what they think we should do next. Do we have a mover and a seconder, Carson?
So you have a mover, and I might have missed it, but I can't remember if Councilor Heifer seconded it.
That's right, too. Okay.
Yeah. So if you are both fine with that motion, then I can call the vote.
Question.
Paul wants to speak.
I just want to make sure that there's conferring with Vicky, with that department a lot. I just feel there's got to be that connection there, what's going on, so she knows, yeah, they are keeping up. It's going to go. I don't want to leave it to the end of our council term here. I want to see it a bit before that, for sure.
Yeah. Chris?
Yeah, I was just wondering how a repayment plan would differ all that much from what they report to, well, it'll be to Darcy. A repayment plan, we already know what they plan to pay us, and when they do it, like, we can say half, split it up biannually or something. That's up to us to say. Like, I don't understand how your repayment plan, you almost have to describe it. Like, I understand what it is, but I don't understand how it would apply to them that much.
Kevin?
Just a question.
Yeah, Kevin?
They're not asking for a repayment plan. Are we sending this back to them?
We're asking, yeah.
Deputy Reeve is stating that that's what he wants in his motion.
No.
What I'm sorry, Reeve, just to make sure everyone, we already asked for that. We asked staff in the Columbus Center for a repayment plan on the existing debt way back in December. What I'm suggesting is making sure that's in writing and in documented so that we can make sure that it's kept track of and make sure that we're on target. And if we're not, then that's going to beg the question from staff to come back to council that says something's awry here. We need to establish something. That's the conversation. It shouldn't wait till the audited financial statements, because we're not going to know that until then.
No, we don't, not audit. So I'm going to put it over to Kevin, then we'll call the vote. Go ahead, Kevin.
Shouldn't that already be a default? We've already asked them for a repayment the last time they were here. Now they're asking us for 5 more years of not paying anything at all.
Yeah.
So they've already said no to the repayment.
They're paying.
Yeah. So anyway, we have a motion on the floor, ladies and gentlemen. And we are asking for a plan on the way out. So Carson, do you want to call, please?
Yep. Thank you, Your Worship. So Councillor McBurney?
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sipe?
Yes.
Councillor Falconer?
No.
Councillor Heifer?
Yes.
Councillor Van Hitterson?
Yes.
Councillor Palmer?
Yes.
And Reeve Bailey?
Yes.
So that motion carries 6-1, with the no being Councillor Falconer.
Okay. So that was 7.3. 7.3.2. We're going to talk about the recreation culture master plan list recommendation. Vicki, did you want to talk to it first, or do you just want to take questions?
Through your worship, I think the report is pretty self-explanatory, and to save time, I think I'll just take questions if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's great. First question I have for you is, do we have the moves that we're making? Because we got a letter here at just about an hour before council today. Is everything financially set in place with our budget? Or are we adding anything to it from the list you sent about 5 o'clock today? Like, I don't want to get to the end of this year and find out that we agreed to that list and it added $50,000 to the budget.
Through you, your worship, no, I like the budget was based on the most of the recommendations, other than the campground portion of it that was contained in the master plan. They're just more of a policy development type of thing, so there's no financial impact. The campground and things, we're going to continue with a second year on the pilot project as directed as part of those budget deliberations.
Thank you very kindly. I'm going to open up to council now. Any questions, concerns, or comments? Seeing none. Go ahead, Deputy Site.
I just wanted to make comment. I mean, the master plan rest of recommendations, the short term, long term, and medium go. I really like that kind of report. It was nice to see where we were planning on gaining, and when I seen it, a lot of it was staff time, which was most of the time is going to be understanding of what the needs are and what the changes need to make it more efficient. So, I mean, I want to thank, not only the consultant, but also, the director of recreation to help facilitate what recommendations were out of that report and what we need to do to move it forward.
Thank you. Anyone else? Not seeing. That the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby receives the report prepared by the Director of Recreation and Community Service dated February 7th, 2022 regarding the recommendations contained in the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Master Plan for information purposes. And further, that the Council of the Township of North Huron directs staff to begin implementing the non-financial short-term related recommendations in 2022 as outlined in the report CR-2022-03. And further, that the council directs staff to incorporate funds into the future budget proceeds to facilitate council's considerations at the short-term, medium, and long-term recommendations of the Parks and Recreations and Culture Master Plan. Do I have a mover?
I will move.
I have Deputy Reeve moving, and I have Chris Palmer seconding. Carson, it's yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Deputy Reeve Site.
Yes.
Councillor Falconer. Councillor Heffer.
Yes.
Councillor Van Hittersum.
Yes, sorry, my battery is running low. That's why I'm turning off my video.
Councillor Palmer.
Yes.
Councillor McBurney.
Yes.
And Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Okay, Public Works is next. 7.4.1 is PL-2022-11. Rutling Holdings Second Phase Subdivision Development Amendment Agreement. That the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby receives a report from the Director of Public Works and Facilities dated February 7th, 2022 regarding the amending agreement for the second phase of the Rutling Holding Division in Blythe. And further, that the council approves the amended agreement for the second phase of the Rutling Holding subdivision as presented. Do I have a mover? I have Paul moving. Do I have a seconder? I have Chris seconding. Opened up to questions, comments, or concerns if you have any for Jamie. Not seeing anybody. I'm going to hand it over to you, Carson.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Councillor Falconer.
Yes.
Councillor Heffer.
Yes.
Councillor Van Hittersum. Councillor Palmer.
Yes.
Councillor McBurney. Deputy Reeve site.
I have a conflict.
Oh, yep, correct. And Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. 7.4.2 is that the Council of Township of North Huron hereby receives a report from the Director of Public Works and Facilities dated February 7th, 2022 regarding the agreement for the provisions of water service in Whitechurch and North Huron residents. And further, that the council directs staff to prepare a bylaw for the February 22nd, 2022 regular meeting to authorize the Reeve and the clerk to sign an agreement with the Township of Huron Kinloss for the Whitechurch water services. Do I have a mover? I have Anita moving. I have Kevin seconding. I'm going to open it up for questions or comments for Jamie, if there's any. Not seeing any. I'm going to hand it over to Carson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Heffer.
Yes.
Councillor Van Hitterson.
Yes.
Councillor Palmer.
Yes.
Councillor McBurney. Deputy Reeve site.
Yes.
Councillor Falconer.
Yes.
And Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
7.4.3 is the contract asset management coordinator. That the Council of Township of North Huron hereby receives a report from the Director of Public Works and Facilities dated February 7th, 2022 regarding the allocation of funds for the contract asset management coordinator position and e-permitting modernization. And further, that the council authorizes $12,941 to be transferred from the Public Works Reserve to fund 25% of the contract asset management coordinator position. And further, that the council authorizes $4,262 to be transferred from the building reserve funds for 25% of the permitting modernization project. And further, that the council provides the contract asset management coordinating job description as presented and authorizes staff to commence on a hiring process. And further, that the Director of Finance be authorized to make the necessary changes in the 2022 budget. So that's it for that one. Do I have a mover? Do we want to talk about, I have Deputy Sites moving, seconder. Do we want to have a conversation? Oh, I have Anita Van Hitterson seconding. Okay, let's have a conversation. Would like to go ahead, Kevin?
Yeah, I think we're going to have to start looking at shaving some money and saving some money if we're going to be giving money away. So I think we need to start whittling down on where we're going to bring this money in from.
I absolutely agree with you. Anyone else? Go ahead, Chris, and then Paul.
We agree again, Kevin. Yeah, I'm bothered by this. I truly am, and I needed what is this e-permitting project? Need an explanation of that.
Jamie, please.
If you would, Jamie.
Yes, through Reeve Bailey to Councillor Palmer. The e-permitting was one of the items that staff submitted the funding application for the modernization intake 3. And what it's going to do is help our chief building official, once hopefully we get one, as well as the developing community, so that we're able to process and modernize how we actually move forward with building permits and building inspection forms.
Doesn't he have all that already? Isn't that already done?
No, a lot of our stuff are through our service delivery review. It did indicate that moving towards a more streamlined procedure for our building department was something that was recommended, as a lot of our stuff is still quite paper-based.
And it would only last 1 year? Or what are we talking?
Well, we would be able to get all of our documents through the e-permitting, so it would be like a software.
You renew it every year?
I don't have an answer for you right now, but I can get you that tomorrow and send that off to whether or not that's just a one-time investment, or if that's included in a subscription of some sort.
Thank you, Paul. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Chris. Yeah, go ahead. One more.
Okay, thanks. Like I know that building inspectors, the chief building inspector has software. He owns software. Like I know Kirk does. He has his own software that does all this stuff. So are we talking the same thing? Will we own this software for our new person that we hope we get soon?
Through Reeve Bailey to Councillor Palmer. So to my knowledge and understanding, the software that Kirk used in order to track the inspections and the building permit was Keystone.
Okay.
But if a so what we currently have to do is either email or submit a building permit application to the person that wants the application. They fill it out, they email it back, then we take that information and we have to then input it into our Keystone software. So that's where like the new software would be able to help fix that additional step that we have to take in order to do building permits and building inspections. That's my understanding. I didn't submit the application, but I did read up on it. So if Dwayne has any further information, he is still here. So if he wants to say anything.
Through your worship, just as far as, yeah, so it's an e-permitting system. More and more municipalities are using this system, and essentially adding to Jamie's comments in terms of facilitates or expedites the development process in terms of little paper, no paper, and everything is done on the computer. Developers submit their applications, everything is processed, and everything goes back. Right now, in terms of when an individual wants to submit a building permit, they come into town hall, for example. Maybe the best way to describe it is like a portal.
So we're talking permanent then. Okay.
Yeah, this would be a permanent change to our system for building permit. It wouldn't be like a one-time 1 year sort of thing. This would be a change in our systems and our processes, so that things are more efficient, and enabling us, to respond in a more efficient manner.
Thank you very much.
I don't know if that helps, but
yeah, well, that's good. So Paul actually was been patiently waiting here.
Yeah, through you, Reeve. Chris asked the question there about if it's a 1 year position. I saw a contract position on the questionnaire for the person's work. So yeah, I see what you mean there. All I can say is that this has gone above and beyond what with our building costs. I pass.
Thank you very kindly. Go ahead, Chris, and then over to Deputy Reeve Sykes.
Yeah, thank you, Reeve. I'm just wanting to be made sure that this position is only a contract for 1 year. I'll have big trouble if it's beyond that. So can somebody answer that, please?
So through Reeve Bailey to Councillor Palmer, yeah, it's only a 1 year contract. Again, this is an application submitted by staff for the modernization intake 3 to help with our asset management data. So we have an immense amount of data, and it's good data, but it's also spread out in various databases, whether it's Excel, whether it's citywide, whether it's different types, in our GIS. So in order for us to meet the Ontario regulation that's coming down this year and later on, to meet our core assets, and then after our other assets such as our buildings and facilities, it is recommended by staff that this 1-year contract be able to move forward, just to really help relieve a lot of the workload that we're facing. And I mean, I understand where our Councillor Heffer's coming from about the building capacity and what we have there, but also there's a lot of other positions that are just temporary as well. So there would be a little bit of overlap, but we would have some relief come in September when students and other positions will no longer be there.
Reeve Bailey, if I might for a second.
Yes, go ahead.
Just because this is about asset management, and I want to stress something, that we have to have an asset management plan done by July. And more importantly, we have to start getting ourselves ready to discuss the community levels of service thereafter, because that's the next step in the legislation. Jamie's team controls 90% of all of the municipality's assets. And I'm going to be leaning on her and her team very heavily over the next 6 to 12 months in order to make sure that we hit the legislation. This person is going to help her help me to get us an asset management plan. The offset to this, council has to recognize this is 75% funded by a grant. If we don't have people helping out with asset management, it's left to Jamie to have to do it, which then means the capital projects that we've budgeted in this budget are not going to be delivered because she can't do both. Her team can't do both. So this is a 25 cent on the dollar position that's going to get us across the line to get the plan that we need to meet the regulation.
And I'll add to what Darcy just said, because you've heard me say it once, you've heard me say it 1,000 times. The way the government's going, the way the upper tier governments are going, we have to be accountable for everything we do, and we have to tell them what we're doing and when we're doing. If we do not have this information in front of them, somebody else is going to get the funding, not us. It's very, very important that we have our asset management in place and working, because it's going to be part of when whether it's Vicky or Jamie sends in information to them saying we want $500,000 towards a plow, but they look at what they see, you got no asset management plan, they're going to say, good luck, try again. Honest to God, guys, this is the future, whether you guys want to roll with it or not. I'm going to go to Vicky first, then Jamie, and we're going to try to keep moving this along, though, guys. Okay, go ahead, Vicky.
I just want to point something out to council and things. With the asset management plans and things, there's a lot of documentation that is involved. And quite often when you think about asset management, you're thinking about the plows, the trucks, the buildings, but there's a lot of underground infrastructure that is involved in this that has to be accounted for in these plans and recorded. And so it's a lot more to it than what you may think. You know, whether it's every inch of sidewalk we have, or roads, or pipes and things like that in the ground. There's a lot to it, and a lot that has to be recorded and has to be completed for as required by the government.
I'm going to pass over to Paul now. He's got his hand up.
Yeah, yes, through you, Reeve. Yeah, I just want to apologize to Jamie. I misunderstood her. I thought this was an ongoing job. I didn't realize it can be done at one time. Sorry about that. I digress, and I shouldn't have.
No, it's all fine, Paul. It's all fine. Anyone else? Okay. Oh, go ahead, Jamie. Sorry.
Thank you, Reeve Bailey. I just wanted to make sure that it's clear that the e-permitting is one project, which is just for the building department, and then the asset management coordinator would be working under myself so that we can get all of our data basically up to par so that we can meet that regulation.
Yep. Thank you very kindly. Okay, guys, I think I have a mover and seconder for this. Do I not, Carson?
That's correct, Your Worship. Your mover is Deputy Reeve Sipe, and your seconder is Councillor Van Hitterson.
Thank you very kindly. I'm going to hand it over to you now.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Councillor Van Hittersum,
Yes.
Councillor Palmer,
Yes.
Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sipe,
Yes.
Councillor Falconer, Councillor Heffer,
Yes.
and Reeve Bailey.
Yes,
So that motion carries 7-0.
thank you. We have no fire department report tonight. Office of the CEO, there's no report tonight. Correspondence 8.1, the Blythe BIA is requesting the Township of North Huron to align with the County of Huron for virtual meetings. I'm going to throw this out to council, have a quick conversation about and see where you'd like to go with this. Think it's a good idea, a great idea, or defer it, or what would you like to do? Let's start with the Blythe guys. This is from Blythe. Kevy, and then Rick.
Well, thank you, Reeve. The request is that from the Blythe BA is just that we follow Huron County's legislation on virtual meetings. We already do that to an extent, but I think that for us to align with Huron County of Huron, then we don't need our own legislation on it if we're going with theirs. So I don't know. I'm 50-50 in here. I know where they're coming from, but some of that is just to elude some of the COVID regulations as far as their meetings go. So I know they're wanting to be able to do it from different parts around the world to be able to be at a meeting, but it is just a Blythe BIA. We're not talking about a multi-conglomerate here where we got offices in 15 cities. This is all just pretty much the Main Street of Blythe, and so that's you got my. It's up to you guys to vote.
And maybe if I may, Your Worship, I can provide some context on the county's provisions, just so all of council has that clear picture. Basically, the county has permitted any of their committees of council, as well as all their council meetings, to basically continue to be held virtually, kind of at all times at this point anyways, and that is certainly what the BIA is looking for. The one thing I will note is council's hands are tied as of right now anyways because of the provincial legislation. So you don't necessarily have to make a decision on this tonight, because based on the province's current reopening plan, where there's 21-day steps, if all indications or all signs continue to point in the right direction, basically you're still looking at March 14th at the earliest possible date for a return to in-person. So again, we're early February here. You certainly don't have to make a decision on whether all committees will return to in-person at this time. But certainly when council wants to make a decision on when a return to in-person is permitted, the BIA is certainly going to be looking for direction at that time. But just for some context for you guys, both on what the county has in place, as well as provincial restrictions on this at this time.
Thank you. Rick, just a quick one out of you, please.
Through you, Reeve Bailey. I don't think we should jump on this right away to make this decision.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to suggest somebody put a motion forward to defer this to did you want to speak first, Anita? And then Trevor?
Yes, no, I don't think I am willing to defer this. I think they can just, like any other committee, go by the regulations we have in North Huron. And I think most people are desperate to go back to in-person meetings, and
okay,
that's why where we want to go. So if you want a motion that we don't allow them, that don't go with it, or that we don't need it, or I don't know.
Yeah, basically, if you're not wanting to take action on it, you can basically just pass a motion that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby receives the request from the Blythe BIA for information purposes.
Yeah, sounds good. I'll move that.
Do I have a seconder? I have Chris seconding it. Are there any more questions, comments, or concerns first, Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you, Rave. So by doing that, Carson, it's just the status quo. They follow us basically.
Yeah, that's correct, Councillor Palmer. So basically, North Huron's procedure bylaw says that any electronic meetings will be as determined by authorizing resolution of council. So when council wants to return back to in person, and that would have to be at a time when you're permitted to by provincial legislation, right? It'll all depend on what your authorizing resolution looks like. In the past, that resolution has always looked like that all council, board, and committee meetings return to in person at this date. And if you continue to do that, then all council, committee, and board meetings would return to in person. But it's really what you put in your authorizing resolution, because that's going to dictate when electronic meetings can and cannot be held.
Okay.
Okay, anyone else? Not seeing any. I believe we have a mover and seconder for information purposes only. Carson, go ahead.
So, Councillor Palmer?
Yes.
Councillor McBurney?
Yes.
Deputy Reeve-Sight?
Yes.
Councillor Falconer?
Yes.
Councillor Heffer?
Yes.
Councillor Van Hitterson?
Yes.
And Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. We're going to go down to council reports. Reeves report. I just want to point out that United Way is having their first in out of the cold runathon, let's call it, on Saturday, February 26th. Would appreciate it if those folks could sign up for the run and or to donate or just to help out at all. Again, we're taking care of those that need taken care of, and that's what society should be all about in the long run. That's about it for me today. I'm going to go down to council member reports, verbal or written updates from members who sit on the board. Anyone? Go ahead, Anita.
Yes, I would like to invite everybody for the Maitland Valley Conservation Authority's annual general meeting on February 16, 2021 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it's virtual.
Anyone else?
And that's it for me.
Thank you. Not seeing any. We will move along. Comments by members. Is there anything anyone like to speak about? Anita again.
Yeah, I would like us to have our agenda a day earlier because our meetings are so long and we have so much information to read over the weekend. It would be very helpful to have that a day earlier, or maybe have an extra meeting in January because we had a very long meeting in January and this one is going on and on too. So I don't know what staff has to say about that, but
But what I can say,
and what the possibilities are.
I can say from the Reeves chair that if they want to call a special meeting in between the two meetings, I'm fine with that because yes, this old boy's getting kind of tired. And I'm sure we all are, and I'm sure staff is too.
And I guess for so this is something we've been wrestling with a lot, certainly as a senior management team on how we expedite our agendas process. I know certainly from the clerk's department, I would love the agendas published before 4:30 p.m. on a Friday for my workload. And so we're certainly working through that. Another thing that we're working through is you'll see as well delegations of authorities. So certain things that are kind of mundane in nature don't necessarily need to make their way to council so that again, our agendas aren't as long as they currently are. So certainly something that's on staff's and particularly SMT's radar, and we will continue to see where we can make improvements. But certainly hear the sentiment loud and clear. Agendas being out earlier is definitely better, and I think all of SMT would be in agreement with that as well. So
we'll leave it in your hands, and Carson, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Greg, go ahead. And then Kevin.
Yes, through you, Reeve Bailey. We got a resident in Blythe. She's belongs to the Walton Women's Institute. February 19th, they're celebrating 125 years for Women Institutes. They've gone out on a scavenger hunt, and what they're looking through is for finding plaques depicting recognition of Women's Institute people. And our Blythe Memorial Hall, it's a living memorial to the soldiers who lives lost. It's a place to gather and a place to celebrate. But the information they're trying to gather is there doesn't seem to be too much recognition of our community residents 100 years ago. And their goal is to feature the Blythe Memorial Community Hall and add it to the FWIO website in the future so that the Blythe Women's Institute ladies will be recognized for their service to the community. And that's a little bit of a comment there on that. That's all I got.
Thank you very kindly, and that's quite interesting. Cool. I'm going to go over to Kevin first.
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I'd first like to thank McBurney, or Councilor McBurney, for so elegantly putting that. That was on my list as well to bring forward to council. What I would like to bring forward as comments from the members is a recommendation maybe to just overall to staff, if they're bringing forward a piece of information that's requesting funds from council and from the budget, post-budget, that they also come back with a recommendation from where they might find those funds within their own department, so that it doesn't leave council in the position where now we have to go back and we may take money away from a different part of the staff, a different entity, to find it to pay for the request from one source. If it was in for time for the budget, maybe, that would be a time to put it in, but it puts council at a disadvantage to have to argue about whether we're going to give the money to and whether we're not going to, and puts it on the council to now that we're responsible to go back to our constituents and say, yeah, we're going to give away your tax dollars because of a recommendation, and not, I hate to use the word punish, but not allocate those funds to the one entity that is asking for the funding. And that's in their budget, that if they don't get the money, it comes out of their budget because it was supposed to go into their budget. So that's just my comment. Thank you.
I just want to follow up that. I'm sure Dwayne heard that, and Dwayne will give that some thought, and our CAO will talk to his staff, because yes, it would be nice if they just, rather than us argue where it should go. After all, we're not paid to, we're paid to give the laws out, not actually run the town. Anyway,
now
I'm sure.
Now we have to find that money. So,
anyone else? Go ahead, Trevor.
Thank you, Reeve. I just want to make a note to council that there is probably coming the next council meeting, I will be putting probably a notice of motion forward to be sending a letter, or to request council to support a letter being sent to both the federal and the provincial governments to discuss the funding as it relates to COVID-19, in the sense and the fact that if the provinces and the federal governments are going to continue to talk about closures and those types of things that are negatively impacting society and municipalities per se, that they're going to have, as they are the only ones that have authority to close it down, that they should also be supportive of in supporting funding in order to dealing with the mandates and anything else that they're providing us. So, and if they're not willing to do that, then we need to consider other alternatives in order to ensure that our residents are getting what they're asked for and not being punished or otherwise being disseminated upon. So I just want to, I obviously think everybody here has seen what's going on in pretty much every large city in Canada right now. And I've been very adamant that I'm not a big fan of mandates. So I am been thinking hard and long about this for probably 6 weeks. that I am going to be putting a notice of motion on the agenda for the next meeting to talk about sending a request to the federal and provincial governments to deal with the overages of costs that we as a municipality have to endure, and every municipality in Ontario to deal with these types of issues.
Thank you. That was a notice of motion for the second. Was there comments by members for anything else? Not seeing any. Yeah, then that, you make that notice of motion now, Trevor, or another time?
No, I'll be putting that on the agenda next meeting.
Okay, thank you
Not
kindly.
right now.
Okay, thank you kindly. Okay, bylaws. Bylaw number 10-2022, adoption of the 2022 budget, that the bylaw number 10-2022 being a bylaw to adopt the 2022 municipal budget for the Township of North Huron be introduced, read a first, second, third, and final time signed by the Reeve and clerk and engrossed in the bylaw book. Do I have a mover? I have Anita moving, Trevor seconding. Carson, it's all yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Deputy Reeves Sight,
Yes.
Councillor Falconer, Councillor Heffer. Oh, Councillor Heffer, you're muted.
Yes.
Councillor Van Hitterson,
Yes.
Councillor Palmer,
Yes.
Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
and Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. For the next three items, I have a conflict of interest, so I'm going to give it over to Trevor.
You're muted, Trevor.
Hi, sorry, thank you. This is per bylaw number 11, 2022, being a bylaw to amend bylaw 82, 2008, as amended, being the zoning bylaw of the county corporation of the Township of North Huron, for a zoning bylaw amendment as it applies to part lot 76 and 77, registered plans 168 Blythe Ward, Township of North Huron, 443, 449 Mill Street. Do I have a mover?
I'll move that.
Councillor Faulkner moves. Do I have a seconder? I've got Councillor Heffer seconding. Clerk, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Reeves Sight. So Councillor Falconer,
Yes.
Councillor Heffer,
Yes.
Councillor Van Hitterson,
Yes.
Councillor Palmer,
Yes.
Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
and Deputy Reeves Sight.
Yes.
So that motion carries 6-0.
At this point, I will actually turn it over to Councillor Faulkner, as he chaired that portion of the meeting, for him to do that bylaw.
Well, and if I may, Deputy Reeves Sight, based on the direction at that, we will need to slightly amend it. So basically, the bylaw would be that bylaw number 12, 2022, being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 82, 2008, as amended, being the zoning bylaw of the Corporation of the Township of North Huron, for a zoning bylaw amendment as it applies to lots 367 to 370, registered plan 410, Wingham Ward, Township of North Huron, 166 John Street West, be introduced and read a first and second time, subject to the revision to the amendments made as part of agenda item 7.1.1.
Thank you, Carson. Then I will call for a first and seconder on it. I have Councillor Rick McBurney requesting a seconder. I have Councillor Heffer.
I have a question.
Sure, go ahead,
It's
Councillor Palmer.
kind of a procedural one. When the Reeve has a conflict, can he even sign the bylaw, or does it have to be somebody else?
The Reeve can sign the bylaw because basically most of the bylaws are written in a way that council's directing the Reeve clerk to sign on behalf of council. So he's not really signing as on behalf of himself, he's signing on behalf of council.
Okay, just wondering.
Okay, I've got a first and second. Over to you, Carson.
Thank you, Councillor Falconer. So Councillor Heffer,
Yes.
Councillor Van Hitterson,
Sorry, Carson, this is the one that is doing changing the nature to the residential, isn't it?
So no, this
This-
is the zoning bylaw amendment. So this is the one that has the 4 different amendments. Basically, one of them is the parking ratio, the it's keeping it as a 3-story. That
Okay.
one.
Yeah. No.
Okay. Councillor Palmer,
Yes.
Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
and Councillor Falconer. So that motion carries 3-2, with the noes being Councillor Van Henderson and Councillor Falconer.
Okay, thank you. The next bylaw is bylaw number 13, 2022, official plan amendment for 166 John Street West. I believe this one will read as written or as printed.
Yep,
But
and this one will be all 3 readings.
10-4, 10-5, and 10-6? No, sorry.
No, we'll just be giving first, second, and third reading of this bylaw, where the zoning is just first and second reading.
Oh, okay, thank you. The bylaw number 13, 2022, being a bylaw to amend the official plan of the corporation of the Township of North Huron as amended as Amendment 15, as is applied to lot 367 and 370. Registered Plan 1410 of the Wingham Ward, Township of North Huron, 166 John Street West. Be introduced and read first, second, and final time, and be signed by the Reeve and clerk and be engrossed in the bylaw book. Do I have a mover for this? No mover. Is it because we don't know what the meeting, what it pertains to, or we've already voted on it once to get it here?
Yeah, so for clarity, so this is the official plan amendment bylaw. So council voted to basically approve the official plan amendment and send it to county council for adoption. Adopting that bylaw is part of this process. So basically, this is the official plan amendment that turns it from, I don't remember the exact designation on it now. I believe it's open space and but basically, and changing the official plan designation to residential development. So this is what permits residential development on the trailer park property.
Okay, I have Chris moving it and Councillor McBurney seconding it.
So Councillor Van Henderson,
Yes.
Councillor Palmer,
Yes.
Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
Councillor Falconer,
Yeah.
and Councillor Heffer. So that motion carries 5-0.
I have a question just on that motion, Carson, on the process. Is the developer still have the ability to go to the board and request his permission to go through? As it's allowed to the other.
So technically, the township is the applicant, right? So technically, it's the township who would have the ability to appeal a decision on the application for it not being passed as proposed. So I guess the developer would be a party to the township if we were to get technical on what that appeal process would look like. But yeah, really, as it's the township's application with BM Ross as appointed as our agent, it would really be the township who has the ability to appeal.
Okay, thank you. I believe that's it. We're going on to the borrowing bylaw, and I could pass it back to Reeve Bailey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Faulkner and Deputy Reeve Sight for taking my place. 10.5, bylaw number 14, 2022, the borrowing bylaw, that the bylaw 1422, being a bylaw to authorize the borrowing of money and meet current expenditures of the council in the corporation township of North Huron, be introduced, read a first, second, and third and final time, and be signed by the clerk and the Reeve and the clerk and engrossed in the bylaw books. Do I have a mover? I have Paul moving. I have Anita seconding. Carson?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Palmer,
Yes.
Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sight,
Yes.
Councillor Falconer,
Yes.
Councillor Heffer,
Yes.
Councillor Van Henderson,
Yes.
and Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
10.6, that the bylaw number 15-2022 being the bylaw to provide for interim tax levies be introduced and read a first, second, third, and final time be signed by the Reeve and clerk and engrossed in the bylaw books. Do I have a mover?
So move.
I have Councillors Deputy Sight moving and Councillor Heffer seconding.
So Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sight,
Yes.
Councillor Falconer,
Yes.
Councillor Heffer,
Yes.
Councillor Van Henderson, Councillor Palmer,
Yes.
and Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
10.7, that the bylaw number 16-2022 being a bylaw to adopt and the purchasing of goods, services, and construction policy for the corporation of the Township of North Huron be introduced, read a first, second, third, and final time, be signed by the Reeve and clerk and engrossed in the bylaw books. Do I have a mover? Rick moves, seconder is Nita.
So Deputy Reeve Sight,
Yes.
Councillor Falconer,
Yes.
Councillor Heffer,
Yes.
Councillor Van Henderson,
Yes.
Councillor Palmer,
Yes.
Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
and Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. 10.8, that the bylaw number 17-2022 being a bylaw to authorize the corporation of Township of North Huron to enter into an agency agreement as defined herein between the CHUMS Financing Corporation and the Local Authority Service Limited as agent and eligible investors with respect to the One Investment Program, and to authorize the treasurer to execute the necessary documents from time to time for that purpose, be introduced and read a first, second, third, and final time, and be signed by the Reeve and clerk and engrossed in the bylaw books. Do I have a mover? I have Kevin Faulkner moving. Seconder, please. Paul Heffer seconds. Carson.
So Councillor Falconer,
Yes.
Councillor Heffer,
Yes.
Councillor Van Henderson,
Yes.
Councillor Palmer,
Yes.
Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sight,
Yes.
and Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. 10.9, that a bylaw number 18-2022 being a bylaw to authorize the Reeve and clerk to sign on behalf of council a subdivision amendment agreement between Rutling Holdings Limited, developer, and the corporation of the Township of North Huron, the municipality, be introduced and read a first, second, third, and final time, and be signed by the Reeve and clerk and engrossed in the bylaw books. Do I have a mover? I have Rick McBurney moving, Paul Heffer seconding. Person.
So Councillor Heffer,
Yes.
Councillor Van Henderson,
Yes.
Councillor Palmer,
Yes.
Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sight's declared on this item. So Councillor Falconer
Yes.
and Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. 10.10, that the bylaw number 19-2022 being a bylaw to authorize the Reeve and clerk to sign on behalf of council a transfer payment agreement between the Corporation of Township of North Huron and Her Majesty the Queen in right of Ontario as represented by her Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing under the Municipal Modernization Program Intake 3 be introduced and read a first, second, third, and final time. Be signed by the Reeve and clerk and engrossed in the bylaw books. Do I have movers? I have Paul Heffer moving and Nita Van Henderson is seconding.
So Councillor Van Henderson,
Yes.
Councillor Palmer,
Yes.
Councillor McBurney, Deputy Reeve Sight,
Yes.
Councillor Falconer,
Yes.
Councillor Heffer,
Yes.
and Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
10.11, that the bylaw number 20-2022 being a bylaw to authorize the Reeve and clerk to sign on behalf of the council a transfer payment agreement between the Corporation of Township of North Huron and Her Majesty the Queen in the right of Ontario as represented by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing under the Municipal Modernization Program Intake 3 be introduced and read a first, second, and third, third, and final time. Be signed by the Reeve and clerk and engrossed in the bylaw books. Do I have a mover? I have Kevin moving. Seconder, please. Paul seconds.
So Councillor Palmer,
Yes.
Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sight,
Yes.
Councillor Falconer,
Yes.
Councillor Heffer,
Yes.
Councillor Van Henderson,
Yes.
and Reeve Bailey.
Yes,
So that motion carries 7-0.
thank you. 10.12 is that the bylaw 21-2022 being a bylaw of the Township of North Huron be authorized the Reeve and clerk to sign on behalf of council an agreement between the corporation of the Township of North Huron and Derrick Construction for accessible upgrades and interior renovations to the North Huron Municipal Office. Be introduced and read a first, second, third, and final time. Be signed by the Reeve and clerk and engrossed in the bylaw books. Do I have a mover? Oh, I have Deputy Reeve Sight moving. Seconder, please. I have Rick McBurney seconding. And it's yours, Carson.
So Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sight,
Yes.
Councillor Falconer,
Yes.
Councillor Heffer,
No.
Councillor Van Henderson, Councillor Palmer,
No.
and Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 5-2, with the noes being Councillor Heffer and Councillor Palmer.
Just before I start reading the announcement, Carson, just a quick one. We've got down here the next regular council meeting will be on the 22nd at 6 o'clock, which is a Tuesday. Should that not be Monday?
Nope, it'll be Tuesday, Your Worship. Monday, the 21st is Family Day.
Ah, thank you very kindly. The next regular announcements, the next regular council meeting will be held on Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022 at 6 p.m. through electronic participation. The Court of Revision for the Whitfield Municipal Drain Relocation Project 2022 will be held on Thursday, February 10th, 2022 at 9 a.m. through electronic participation. A special council meeting will be held on Thursday, February 24th, 2022 at 6 p.m. through electronic participation. The next Economic Development and Recovery Committee meeting will be held on Thursday, February 17th, 2022 at 2 p.m. through electronic participation. The next Wingham BIA Board meeting will be held on Thursday, February 17th, 2022 at 6:30 through electronic participation. The next Blythe BIA Board meeting will be held on Thursday, February 24th, 2022 at 8 a.m. through electronic participation. Other business. Not seeing any. Closed session and reporting out. That the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby proceeds at 11:42 to an in-camera closed to the public to discuss the following. Litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administration tribunals affecting the municipality or a local board. Advice that is subject to a solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for the purpose, correspondence regarding potential litigation, and personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or board employee, volunteer committee members, applications for fundraising committee for the North Huron Museum relocation of capital project, and further that the CEO Evans limit 1 and 2, Kirk Lamb items 1 and 2, and the Director McCarthy items 1 remain in attendance. Do I have a mover? I have Paul moving, Kevin seconding. It's up to you, Carson.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Deputy Reeve Sight,
Yes.
Councillor Falconer,
Yes.
Councillor Heffer,
Yes.
Councillor Van Henderson,
Yes.
Councillor Palmer,
Yes.
Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
and Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0. So now we'll flip over to the closed session agenda.